Game 5. I just can't do it. Especially Levi going back to his roots on AP Shyvana. I can't hate it.
I'm super excited to watch some Shyvana kick W. There's some good targets on the enemy team too. 3 squishy champions, 4 squishy champions. So a big Shyvana E in the late game, boom, all of them just disappear from screen. And of course we have another scuffle in the jungle.
Ooh, it's a big fight. Lovely knock up there by B. Levi in so much trouble, but he's able to fight back. Now B stuck in the corner, has to flash out. Guri trying to move forward, flashing away. Levi surviving on Shogun on the run. Heavily by the last bit. Oh my god, this game is being decided by millimeters. Flash forward, Cardi, Emo rather, will get the first blood onto Cardi.
And while the Lucian wasn't successful for Carti in the 1-on-1, now he gets punished and shown how to play Lucian on the Rift. He's now 0-3 with and against Lucian the last 2 instances he's seen. And Emo, what a huge advantage in the mid lane. Gets a kill, gets the whole first wave against Zero. This is now a hard game for Carti to play. Can he navigate this mid lane laning phase to the same sort of success he had in the last few games? But let's take another look. 4v4 on the bot side jungle. And first it kind of looked like Vikings had a better spot, but Shogun just had to land a few more bombs AoE style. The first one doesn't hit anyone, the second one only hits minions. I can't be really aggressive on the Q, and then the engage on Levi. If anything, they kind of need to commit with 3 flashbacks on top of that. Now they're separated. They're both not really the idea, but
Well, we're fixing it. There's nothing the casters can do, so yelling at the casters in chat doesn't accomplish anything. We're fixing it. In the meantime, it is a very slight lead for Vikings, as they've already picked up 1 tower plate in the bot side as well.
Apologies, I didn't notice. Should be better now. They kind of got away with this one fine, it looks like. Carti back to even CS somehow. I'm not entirely sure how he managed that, but as long as Carti can just scale and keep his amazing CSing up, everything is fine.
Yeah, I mean, Carti has been extremely strong. He's down like a longsword refillable. That's pretty painful in this lane. He's also not got biscuits where Emo does. He should not be able to maintain dead even CS. Emo should be playing aggressive, trading health for health, because he wins that. But Cardi can play around it.
And now Kiaya against Nana, where we have seen this before. Kiaya with the advantage, even though you got pushed out of topside jungle early on in the game. So once again, at least it's even in CS for Nana, where he's gonna bleed a few platings maybe here or there, but unless he gets solo killed, everything is within calculations for Vikings. He just needs to survive lane and be a decent teamfight threat.
Yeah, exactly. He is on this cannon. Even if he falls a little bit behind, he'll still be super threatening. B did pass the literacy test and take exhaust. Very proud of him. Be surprised how often they fail. Shogun wandering its way back down to bot. I think this game, supports are going to be abandoning this bot lane real quick.
Yeah, as always when we see Ziggs, he's kind of there just to be a nice solo laner, an extra solo laner. B comes back to Easy Love, but yeah, what can they do? Easy Love with them some happy feet there, dodging absolutely everything. But in the end, it's just gonna be. I mean, to be honest, Smolder is kind of like AD Ziggs, they're very similar spells, so they're just gonna blast the minion waves back and forth, and nothing's gonna happen. But maybe one of the 2 supports can move into top lane or mid lane and get their fill of action, because the support players, when the ADCs are just farming supports, get bored out of their minds, understandably. So let's see if B can do something about that.
Yeah, I mean, he's on a champion that is very strong roaming, as Guri, once again looking towards these grubs. Levi actually contesting here rather than trying to force around dragon. Shyvana's, you'll so often see, want that early dragon for her passive, but Levi thinks it's more important to take the fight to Guri.
Yeah, and Guri unsure if he can contest because, of course, his mid lane is still in a disadvantage. Kati does hit level 6, though, so he might be able to now finally catch up with Guri, who is still level 5. If they get the engage on... Okay.
Yaya in that slicing maelstrom. Culling comes out. Emo now separated from Levi, and the ult is down. Kati will pop that Zeri ult. Moving in. Here comes Nunaway. Sacrifices himself. It might deal enough damage. Only gets the one back, but will secure at least one grub.
It's a very important kill for Kati. The OB miscalculated. Doesn't get the grand entrance onto EasyLove. That would have been a kill, or at least a flash forced. But really nice sidestep there from EasyLove. Just walking forward, so B didn't actually get the natural progression. Guri, build overextended. Can he get out of here?
He's in a lot of trouble. The flash forward, he's going to get taken down. 3-hit passive, just a little bit too strong. And Kati with the slow from the boomerang, not able to join in.
That's a bad mistake from Guri. Back in game number 1, he made this kind of pathing mistake in the early game and gave a huge advantage over to Levi's Zyra. Then he had 3 really good games following up that first game, and now he's back to game number 1 performance. That doesn't bode well for Vikings' chances. But let's have another look here. A little bit of a chaotic situation. I'm not in love with Nana. We're going back in, but maybe it was necessary. The kill going to Kati is very big for Vikings. He's their main carry. He's the one they rely on. Shogun is just there to generate advantages. And Levi with the first dragon form of the game.
Yeah, it goes into the ult form, just sort of bashes B around the head, throws some damage at Guri. Of course, he's not doing very much yet. But can they turn this into a dragon? Of course, every dragon taken is very big for Shyvana. She gets a lot of stats out of it. Vikings don't want to let this for free.
Guri could ult here and try to get in there. It's only 3 people from Vikings.
There is the ult. It's a little bit late. It's about to get smited. They have to try and find a fight. They do get a knockup. There's a lot of damage onto Levi. They just execute him. But they do secure the dragon. In a lot of worlds, both teams are happy with that.
Yeah, and this is kind of how you have to play around a champion like Shyvana, which is so focused, so overly focused, you could say, on one single objective. It's kind of like Belweth with the topside objective, right? Because they really have to get that kind of objective under their belt to start snowballing. And yeah, as you said, both teams are decently happy with this one. They get another kill on the Kati, Vikings that is, as Nanoware is in trouble.
Yeah, he's in a lot of trouble. Pops the slicing maelstrom, just needs to try and dodge, but you can't dodge autos. Kiaya will clean him up.
Oh man, it's a sad sight to see him die once again in a 1v1 matchup. He just hasn't been able to stand up to Kiaya, and if they want to contest the final in a week's time, if both teams make it there, which we all predict, then I think their top lane has to step up even more, even though in finals, Kiaya usually is even better than before. So let's see how he handles this situation. 0-2 after just 10 minutes of game time, but his team is still up 300 gold, so it's not all over. Unless he starts inting regularly now, he should still be fine.
EasyLove getting a lot of damage onto Shogun here. Does get the flash.
Can Shogun force with his ultimate? No, his ultimate is gone already. That was risky from EasyLove. If he gets hit by the Q, he is in danger of dying. Alistair is wrapping around there.
Here. B should be able to play Protector, give that little heal. And Smolder backing off. Shogun will just be down that flash. Oh, throwing out the ult. Woohoo! Okay, do we get like a flash Q? We do! Lovely stuff, B. Gets out as well, and that is a punish onto an overstaying EasyLove.
Yeah, it's
Uh-oh.
so EasyLove did everything well until he had to go away because that was not
Very
great.
good
B would,
satchel. Lovely, lovely.
yeah, B also amazing job there covering for his ADC. He just stood in front of Levi and didn't let him fire his E onto Shogun. Shogun knows where Levi is going. Really nice senses there. And second dragon form of Levi doesn't really give him anything either. While Guri on the top side is securing 3 more of the grubs. So 4 grubs to 2. Once again, advantage grubs for Vikings.
Yeah, really well, good stuff there. B showing why we have held him in such high regard for so many years, talking about him as the GOAT support of the VCS, depending on your takes on Taki, of course.
Shogun, you have to say, Shogun has gone from one support king to the other. So
Yeah.
it's definitely a nice world he's living in. He has really nice lane partners, but he has also been a star performer. Not so much in this series, maybe something that Vikings can still change over the course of the next week, no matter if they win or lose today. They're gonna play next week again, either the grand finals or the lower bracket finals. So a little bit of an interesting meta read, a lot of Ziggs, a lot of Senna, a lot of Nautilus for their star AD carry. I would like to see more of the Caitlyn, because last game he looked amazing on that champion. More of the Caitlyn, maybe a little bit more of the whatever other ADCs can play. Kai'Sa comes to mind. Some of the crit ADCs that are slowly coming back into the meta. An MF I would like to see. So yeah, still a lot to see from these players, and we have a whole nother week to enjoy them.
That we do. And something that I'm noticing that's very interesting is the supports are staying in bot lane. There's so much of a jungle focus down here that what we thought would be a roam heavy lane has not worked out that way, as Vikings setting up again. Could just be tower plates, could just be trying to set up that satchel, but a good knock up onto Elio. Bang. Alistair ult down.
Okay, Guri is here. He's losing a lot of time, and
this is just trying to get first tower.
Yeah, Levi did steal some of the camps. By the way, it's not full AP Shyvana, of course, because nowadays her build is a little bit different than back in the day when Levi last played this AP Shyvana thingy. It's now mostly ability damage focused. She is gonna buy some AP items, but first she starts with the best ability enhancing item, Shojin. So yeah, she's more AD focused right now. She's gonna transition into a little bit more of an AP force later on in the game.
Yeah, Shyvana has gone through. It's interesting how much of a evolution Shyvana has gone through, despite the champion just never changing. Going back and forth, that AP, that bruiser, back to AP, now this sort of hybrid situation. The champion is surprisingly dynamic, does have that full fury bar locked and loaded. If they want to try and fight around this dragon, GAM that is.
Yeah, this dragon would be really important for Vikings to control and secure, to not let Levi and GAM snowball out of control, but now...
They're TPing to top. They're giving it up.
It looks like they are content giving up the dragon. It's a little bit dangerous, but
Shogun gets
securing
his tower.
another tower here for Shogun would really give them a lot of gold, especially on their little Ziggs, who's already secured an item, and he actually went for tier this time. Finally, a pro Ziggs that goes tier. I'm so happy to see that. Personally, whenever I play Ziggs, I can't imagine anyone playing this champion without tier. Like, after one wave, you're just I can't understand how pros can manage without tier.
Yeah, pros just have more mana.
Yeah, apparently.
Tournament realm needs to have
Maybe it's just Aram. Aram map with all the secret buffs. That's why the champions do more damage.
But as you said, though, Shogun doing well. He's currently 30 CS ahead of his opposite number in Easy Love. Easy Love at 110 stacks, I think, just before he tabbed away. At 15 minutes, not too bad. Not the fastest ever, but definitely not the slowest. Have to keep an eye on that. Smolder has already finished the Triforce.
Yeah, another one of those weird hybrid champions, because all the champions that are very ability focused right now and have AP and AD scalings, but mostly AD scalings, go for these hybrid builds. Nana, whoever, please make it out of
He's
here.
in so much trouble. Emo flashing forward. There was a steal on the Herald there as well. Mum called in, doesn't do much. Shibata will fall down. Elio could be next on the chopping block. Moving forward onto him is Guri. Kind of knocks him the wrong way though. Not exactly what you want. Kiaya threatening with a Nah. Elio trying to find his way into backside, but a lovely knockup from B should clean up the cow. Kiaya just has to hop away.
And I'm starting to suspect this is an elaborate setup from the side of Viking. They look so prepared for Levi's Shyvana, don't you think? They seem
really
to have
do.
the perfect answer for every single time he shows on the map. He's 0-3 now. They've killed him on every objective so far. Look at him again. He can't get away. He just can't do anything on the map without dying. The Rakan and Maokai combination just locks him down. He has no way of escaping. Goes down once again. 2 kills to Vikings, another tower to them. This is a dominant early game from the side of Vikings, and GAM look a little bit out of sorts.
Yeah, they really do. I think Vikings have potentially baited this a little bit. They definitely were ready for it. Let's have a look at what happened to Nanaway. He just gets caught by Illusion in the bush.
Do we have to?
Yeah, we do. Poor guy. Oof, just absolutely no hope there.
Oh, wow. Oh, my God. Oh,
Observers, why you gotta do it to him?
Oh, that was brutal. That was career ending. Oh, my God. Getting out of the replay instantly into another
that's
inch.
one of
He's
those
0-4.
ones. That's one of the ones that goes alongside like the Lep Hall of Fame.
Derek, do you remember what I said? I said this was individual against team, right? I thought I was talking Kiaya against Vikings, but maybe I was actually talking Nanaway against Vikings.
He's having a rough one. You know what? I don't want to bag on the rookie. Big game. It's hard. He's got a whole week to figure out the nerves, and who knows? They can still win this game. It's by no means over. In fact, Vikings are ahead. Let's not bury the lead.
It's one of those interesting game states where 2 sides of the map are heavily in your favor, and then one side of the map you can't even enter, wherever Nanaway is. So they just have to buy him some time, get him to some items so he's at least somewhat safe in the side lane. Maybe get him to a Zonius or something, so he can run away from the emo onslaught, or even Kiaya trying to chase him down. But everything else looks super great for them. There are 2 items finished for their Ziggs. Kati is scaling up nicely, and yeah, they haven't lost a tower yet. Okay, they're 2 dragons down, but it doesn't really matter too much unless they lose the next 2 as well. So I think Vikings are still in a very strong position in this game. They just have to somehow find a way to integrate their top lane a little bit more.
Yeah, that is a strong point, but at the same time, at some point you stop trying to integrate him and just, if he gets a big ult, he gets a big ult. If he just stops feeding, maybe that's good as well. You do have the problem of easy love scaling. Ooh, hello, Nanaway. Not doing too badly here. Slicing Maelstrom, and spoke too soon.
I like how you try to give him a nice narrative, but then he died a second later.
Calm's being mean. Like, come on.
I mean, honestly, at this point, does the dive even give you that much? He's 0-4 already before you kill him, so he can't actually be worth that much money. And you lose the next dragon for it. Maybe they would have lost it anyway, because in team fights they're weaker right now, but still, tower for tower trade, or not quite tower for tower trade. So you get a tower and a kill, but your dragon snowball is halted, and the enemy team gets to farm bot lane. So still advantageous for GAM, but not actually that great.
Yeah, it's true. It's not as bad as maybe it seems. Viking are doing really well playing around their weak side failing. B potentially stepping up into emo, but he's got the 6th sense. He knows he can't step up any further than he did.
Yeah, and I am keeping one eye all the time on the Zeri build. 2 items done, 3rd item now in the making. He has boots completed, so he's actually quite advanced in this build already at 20 minutes. And so far the games have gone 45, 43, 40 something minutes, and then 30. I don't know, very long games. And every time Zeri was on the Rift, she looked really, really strong in teamfights later on. So I think Kati is once again set up to carry this game home.
Yeah, and look, Cardi's had a fantastic series so far. Even in the losses, he's looked really strong. Nunaway managing to clear the wave. Needs to be careful with Kiaya about to go Mega, but Tower dissuading him from any further play. But yeah, Cardi on this Zeri has looked pretty ridiculous. I'm honestly surprised it hasn't been hitting the ban list. I think you need to make Cardi play something else.
Yeah, and GAM really has to think about if they want to continue trying to attack Nanaware's lane, because it's getting a little bit ridiculous with the investment. Okay, this time they still got a tower, but now all the outer towers are gone. So if you commit to killing Nanaware, chasing him down in the side lane, you're gonna have to step into inner tower territory. And we've already seen, I think it was game number 3, where they chased into the territory right around the inner tower, and then Vikings killed them from behind. So this is quite dangerous. Vikings on the other side.
Baron?
Yeah, they read that GAM is not here to contest, but their Baron is slow.
They also just stepped over a scuttle. And they're just going to kill Elio as he steps up to try and do something about it. But the TP comes in. Cardi has a lot to do. Oh, lovely bomb from Shogun. Levi unable to do anything. None away from the back. Instantly gets 2. Will be taken down on the other side by Emo. And oh no, the Viking health bars are so low. Kiaya can carry the rest of this fight out. Is in that mega form. Emo desperately trying to move forward onto B. Can't quite find it. And in the end, somehow, just a 2 for 2.
Wait, how is this a 2 for 2? It looked so good for Vikings. Ah, this can't be happening again.
GAM magic. It's GAM magic.
Yeah, we need to see the replay again. I think, yeah, you can once again see how well prepared they are to deal with Levi. They instantly turn on Levi and just eliminate him, but at least he gets down a little bit of damage this time around. I say that, but I can't even see his damage. He's not the full AP Shyvana from 2019, so his first E doesn't actually deal that much damage. Nanoware gets a huge flank, invests absolutely everything, but does get quite a big payoff. It's 2 kills to Easy Love Smolder, though, so this could go a long way to give GAM a fighting chance in late-game teamfights, with the Smolder scaling up nicely, Levi getting stronger as well. But yeah, we can see 240 stacks already. He is at the threshold to execute people if he gets there. So yeah, this Smolder is another big factor. And the one game we had a Smolder in this series, of course, it was top lane Smolder with multiple solo kills, but still, it did carry the game.
It did, and Easy Love is in a position where he really hasn't played poorly this series, but he has been very quiet. Nunaway caught again. So he did. But Easy Love has had a quiet series, so seeing him actually be the carry in at game 5 is a huge, a bit of a change of pace, and it's good and it's reassuring for GAM fans going into the actual grand final. Easy Love will not be something that can be exploited.
So once again, I have to go back to the fact that GAM didn't play Easy Love in any of the games against Vikings early on. They only played against Neo, and this new ADC, I mean, new ADC is a little bit of a ridiculous statement. The old school GAM ADC Easy Love coming back after a little bit of a hiatus is performing nicely. GAM never needed a Shogun or Artemis style ADC to win. They have Kiaya and Levi. They don't need that. They just need a consistent, decent ADC like style for all those years. And Easy Love is stepping up to that role quite nicely.
Yeah, 100%. It is, of course, interesting with GAM. They do have Neo sitting behind Easy Love. A lot of people kind of confused at that situation as Nunaway in a little bit of trouble again as Kiaya is going to roll on out. Take him down. Kiaya could go down on the backswing, though, with a TP. He's taken a lot of tower shots, but Shogun doesn't really have the tools to get onto him, except throwing the bomb, so Kiaya just gets away with it.
And meantime, another Dragon to Levi. So the game has fully swung back into GAM's favor, I'd say. The gold is really even, but the huge hole in the top lane is just giving GAM so many opportunities on this map. It doesn't even matter how much gold he's worth, it's just creating so much space for GAM to just walk up right next to him and get an objective there, get a tower here, get another solo kill for Kiaya, and Kiaya 4-0-3. And his other solo laner Emo 5-0-3, so GAM is set up more than well enough to win this game in team fights.
It's just so difficult for Vikings right now. It hasn't quite come together. I think they have such a well-constructed idea of what to do in team fights, but Garmin's just not offering them those team fights. They're just bullying Dunaway on the sides. Levi, though, caught out, has the dragon form, so they're not going to overcommit onto him. But a bit of a shame that they weren't able to actually force it out.
So Levi hasn't really found any success in this game so far, but he's slowly getting stronger and stronger, scarier and scarier. Now his first full AP item is finished with the Leandri, so his E's gonna have a little bit of an oomph now and burn away, especially at the likes of Guri on his high HP total. This almost feels a little bit like a Hail Mary, a Desperation Baron.
Mum is cool, just does a little tickle to Shogun, nothing serious. Baron is actually fairly low, and it's Garm that'll pull the trigger on the TP first. Can Nunaway stop him? He can't. He tried. Oh, I think that's a mistake from Nunaway. I think you just had to press TP at the same time. He's gonna get hit. Now. It's okay. 3,500 health. Levi has the dragon form, can get into the pit, almost unstoppable, and he steals it. The captain always gets what he wants, and somehow they're winning the fight as well, as Easy Love is just going completely hog wild. No, never mind, they're getting wiped out. Can Easy Love find it? Easy Love, he's got 3 low health bars. He's got an execute your way, but he misses a spell. That's an absolute disaster. Guri locks him down. Guri takes him down. Well, actually, Cardi was the one that got the kill. They nullify the Baron, they get the Ace, and Vikings are back.
Okay, close to game ending, actually, there from Vikings. If they got the Baron, they would have been in a really strong position to get this game, especially after we saw what they do with Barons usually. But they still win the fight, and probably the situation there as well. They get another mid-tower. They set up Carti, especially, for very nicely for the rest of the game. 6, 2, and 5, 3 items completed already, and level 16 for this mid lane Zeri. Carti is just unstoppable on this champion, but so seems to be the Easy Love Smolder. He did so much work. I'm so sad we don't see the damage stats, because that would have been very interesting in this fight. What actually happened? Elio is biding his time, looking for an engage, but I think he went in with Levi, and this is, of course, all geared towards Baron stealing. So from the get-go, Gum fights with one without Levi, so they can't really win this team fight, and they got surprisingly close to actually winning this team fight, because the Easy Love is just free-firing. Look at all the damage he's dealing. Yeah, I would have loved to see the damage stat. This is close to a triple kill. If he has one more item, I think he kills all 3 of them.
I also think the one mistake Easy Love made, and it's not really a criticism, because it's a very easy mistake to make, is he wasn't sure if he goes for the kill. You see, he used the flap and moved backwards, as in, oh, I'm going to go over the wall and get away. Then sort of halfway was like, hang on a second, I can kill them. And then moves back forward and didn't get the full value. If he just goes forward, I think he gets the triple kill. But ridiculously hard call to make in the moment. Very easy to spot in a replay.
And now, Zeri just completed her IE. She's on 4 items, she's 100% crit. She is a ridiculous late game menace, and if Carti plays like he did all series, and honestly all year on this champion, this should be Vikings games to lose, because this is a late game Zeri, full items almost, all the important items, and a really competent player piloting her.
Your way.
Oh, BT doesn't give crit anymore. Oopsie. Yeah, it's only 75% crit, but that's still more than enough to kill all of them. He's gonna build the 100% with the next item, so apologies. So many changes to ADC items, I can't keep track. But of course, he's still unbelievably strong. He's almost 3k HP as well, so quite hard to take down, even if they get the jump on him, and Gam doesn't really have a reliable CC to lock him down.
Levi already in dragon form, potentially able just to wait it out with 5k health on the dragon. This is, of course, the whole point. Nunaway just now arriving. There's Mum being called. So much damage. Soul point has been secured. Nunaway actually getting a lot in that slicing maelstrom, but it just doesn't matter. It's a mess, but it is a dragon-themed mess. As they clean it up, it is an ace, and Garm walk away with Soul and 5.
Interesting. Okay, so Carty couldn't actually shine in that fight. Maybe a little too cluttered. GAM's champions are all very, very strong if you put them close together, and if you pull all the champions close together. Think about Nana ultimate, think about Levi and all his AoE damage, and of course Smolder comes in there as well. So maybe Vikings have to rethink their teamfight positioning, because they can't run into this meat grinder. Even though Cannon wants to, I think Carty needs the time to stack up his ultimate to come from the outsides. Look at Carty! Oh! A huge mistake. He thought this was the normal blast cone, maybe. He just jumped way too far, and yeah, the enemy team instantly pounced on him and killed him. Shogun was an easy pickings afterwards, and in the end, very successful team fight. It's Soulful GAM, and the double dragon composition looks like it's gonna dominate once again.
Yeah, turns out you just get a bunch of dragons. You do pretty well. But you'll
To
wait.
be honest, that has always been the case in League history, but now you can also pick a bunch of dragons in your own champion. So now they have 6 dragons.
Do you remember way back in the day getting level 1 dragons? Just getting 350
Yeah, it was a
gold?
ridiculously bad play, but it was fun.
It was always terrible, but you got 350 gold, and that felt real good.
Yeah, and it took like 5 minutes to do it. So once you get back to lane, everyone is level 1 with a lot of
just
gold.
die.
But yeah,
Just instantly die, yeah. Just terrible play, but it was funny.
it was possible. I think there were a few champions who could actually solo at level 3 or something, but it took ages.
Yeah, you could spend like 5 minutes on it as Warwick, because Warwick was just invincible back when he had the old Warwick Q.
Yeah, old League, you get nostalgic when you look at some of these old League of Legends VODs that are running right now with the World Championship coming up.
I always think if you want to get nostalgic while we're still in a holding pattern, one of the funniest things to do is go look at old world skins and remember what role the champion comes for.
That's true.
Like, Nunu has a world skin. It's for support though.
Yep.
Karthus is for top lane.
Yeah, the only thing you really did as a support was press W.
You just blood boiled.
Yeah.
Blood boil them.
Yeah, so the state of supports in Season 2 was so horrendous. It was so sad. Well, now look at them here. We have 3.5 items for B. 3.5 items never happened in Season 2 for supports. Like, 60-minute game.
Heart of Gold, Philo Stone, and you were done, mate. You were carrying the oracles.
Well, I think GAM is actually now in a very good position to win this game. They still have to deal with Carty on 5 to 6 items soon, and all the other champions are gonna get stronger as well, but it's really all about Carty, because everything else can be contained. I do feel like their overall damage output is a little bit too much to manage for Vikings, though. It's similar to game number 3, where they just overwhelmed the enemy with damage, and look at Kiaya. Everything he's on screen, he has half an R-bar. Nana here, just take notes, please. This is how we play now. Always threatening Mega Nana every single time the teamfight comes around. And now it's a teamfight time, and Kiaya's Mega.
And he's already smacked Guri into the wall. Mums gets called over the side, making sure to pick up her son from school. There's a lot of damage, actually firing back. Carty doing his best on this Zeri. 1 for 1 at the moment. Easy Love gets knocked by the satchel. Actually a disaster. They have to back off. They can't fight with Easy Love this low and Carty full health.
Okay, so Vikings stand strong. Carty still has his ultimate. No, he actually used the ultimate on the back half of the fight there. So potentially still a GAM map to win, but it looks like Vikings once again want to call for the Baron. Last time it got stolen. They still won the fight though, so a similar result could be quite good for them. They have decent Baron damage and they are not taking any damage themselves, so this is quite safe for them. But Levi's here. He has the ultimate stacked.
He has the golden touch. No, not this time. Guri is able to secure the smite. Everyone immediately gets over the wall. Guri might be sent off as a sacrifice, but you will take that. You'd lose your jungler. You get 4 Baron buffs your way.
And they're delaying his death.
Oh,
this is nice to see. I don't think I've ever seen this in the VCS before. They know what to do. They're delaying his death. They're chasing him down very slowly because they want to delay. They want to delay for Elder Dragon.
Yeah.
This is such a smart play.
This is perfect. Just keep him on the road. Come on, buddy. He's got to go execute. That's what he needs to do. He needs to go kill himself.
Yep. But now the Elder Dragon is only 35 seconds away. He's 49 seconds on the respawn timer. They don't have any portals. He doesn't have TP. This is going to be a hard few seconds for Vikings to not give up the Elder Dragon.
They do have control,
so yeah, but they can potentially get the waves to push in quite far, and then rely on GAM not being fast enough to take the dragon instantly. But yeah, there is a window of opportunity there for the Shyvana team to just instantly rush 5 members at the Elder Dragon, and with the 20% extra damage, yeah, there we go. They are going to go for that, and I don't think Vikings can really respond.
There's nothing they can do. Shogun can throw a bomb, like get a miracle. But I don't think he's going to bother.
Yep, nicely done. Perfect play for GAM. And they finally get their Elder Dragon. Have they secured a single Elder Dragon before in the series?
All of them have gone to Viking.
Yep. And I'm not sure if that bodes well for GAM, because in the game where they secured 3 Elder Dragons, Vikings lost in the end. So we might be in for another long one here to end the series. Of course we are, because how could we not?
Yeah, we got to get a full 5-6 hours. I got to stay up late. You got to ruin my sleep schedule. I got uni in the morning, but who cares?
Okay, Levi.
Levi, potentially a little bit over-aggressive. Takes a lot of damage, as does Kiaya. Guri off to the side. They can't fight into the Elder Dragon, though, so this is not going to be a real punish.
Yeah, then they're just trying to defend. Okay, Baron has an overlap with Elder Dragon for 1 more minute. Then there's 1 minute of Elder Dragon with no overlap with Baron.
Levi gets
can they kill him?
No, the Maokai ult, not the best angle. They are able to just escape downriver.
And it looks like Levi is not actually going for the biggest damage on the Shyvana. He's going for a little bit more of a tanky route and trying to just be the off-tank, kind of annoying, slowly burning the enemy to death kind of Shyvana. Which, if you look at the rest of his team, makes a lot of sense. He has Smolder, he has Lucian, and Anar, who can deal the damage. So he doesn't have to be the main carry. But I have to say, Carrix, it is not quite as exciting.
It's not. But that doesn't matter. What matters is the effectiveness. So we just have to, GAM, they're taking it slow. They're not overextending. They don't want to throw away a game 5. Guri, potentially a little bit caught. Over the wall comes Levi. There's a lot of Vikings around. But again, you're not going into an Elder buff. You're just never, ever going to do that.
Yeah, only 38 seconds remaining on this Elder Dragon. They are not going to crack inhibitors, I believe, because it's not actually buffing you on the push. So, looks like Vikings are going to be able to live to fight another day. Kati can't get stronger. He's on 6 items, fully completed. But there are some members of his team who still can. Gurei comes to mind, Nanayue, of course, and even Shogun, I think, has 1 more item slot left. So Kati can just step back, wait for his next time to shine, and let the rest of his team farm up a storm.
Interesting decision to sell the boots. Not going for the boot upgrade, no Zephyr. Of course, that does make sense on Zeri. The attack speed not as valuable, but...
He doesn't have boots already, so he went with the defensive item. Yeah. I mean, Zeri gets a lot of movement speed herself, so she probably doesn't need it. It's a bit risky, though. If she gets caught, she can't really walk away easily, because she lacks the movement speed. We can see her be looking a little bit slow there, but once she gets her ultimate going, she should be able to chase down people anyway.
Yeah, it should be fine, but...
Yeah, and...
Sorry.
Go ahead.
What I was going to say was, how does Shogun get value in these fights? Because the Ziggs, it hasn't been bad by any means, but other than some lovely ults, I'm not super impressed by what it's doing for the team.
Yeah, it seems like it can't keep up with the damage, which is actually surprising, because Ziggs is one of the highest damage champions in the game, especially later on. With his Q on like a 1 second cooldown, you can spam that shit like an auto attack. So I think he just needs to be a little bit more defensively minded. Just sit back a little bit more, try to poke with Q, try to get a few more E's out, maybe even a few more W's. So Yeah, I hope the Ziggs can show its value because I really like the Ziggs, but it doesn't look like it can accomplish a lot in this game so far.
Guri lurking.
Waiting for the Alistair.
Levi's gone too. Yeah, Levi's out of this one. 10 seconds on Baron. Vikings could sneak their way over there. They take it real quick.
The Elder Dragon still has a 1-minute timer on it, so Baron, the only big objective on the map. Nanoware is getting pushed on by the Lucian, but it seems like they're a little bit too scared to put the Lucian that far forward. So Nanoware right now able to just safely stay away from any enemy and farm the waves. Oh, he has to be careful now. We can see on the minimap, Lucian and Cannon are close together.
It's like Nanoway wants to back and presumably TP to his team. Or is he just going to walk? Oh, he's going to go clear the top side, of course.
Oh, there's an engage on
finds an
Levi.
angle. Levi taking a huge amount of damage, but able to just get over the wall. B, lovely play on the recount, forcing everything out of Easy Love. Elio as well. They don't get any kills, but they burn a huge amount.
TP.
TP now. I'm not sure where that was going. As Elio taken down, Dunaway has been solo killed, and that's a disaster. They are just going to get backdoored.
I think that's where the TP was going. They tried to TP back to help Nanoware, but now they're going to lose the inhibitor on bot lane. If they can fight back with an inhibitor in mid lane, no, they can't get it. So,
this is
Khanti doesn't have enough presence against this Smolder, this level 18 late game Smolder. So now Vikings in a really bad position. They need to get out of there. They need to regroup.
I don't know if they can. Kiaya's not going to let them.
Yeah, but Super
they just got a dragon.
Super Blast Cone helps.
They started Baron. You're aware, they started Baron.
Yeah, Lucian soloing the Elder Dragon. It's gonna take a while, but on the other side, it's only 2 Viking members against 3 GAM players. They're gonna lose both big objectives, it looks like.
This is a disaster. They've been ripped out. They've been ripped apart.
Lucian is so slow, though. Can they get there in time?
That's all that matters. Levi's going to get there first to throw a smite. Vikings have been completely outfoxed. Kiaya zoning them. This is an Elder Dragon.
Yeah, this is Elder Dragon, and Elder Dragon first means Baron is very likely to follow because the enemy team can't step up to fight it. And then Baron and Elder Dragon actually gives you the pushing and the fighting power to end the game. So GAM is just one step away from winning this series and securing the world spot. I think the 3rd team to qualify they would be after Gen G and G2. Correct me if I'm wrong, if anyone else has been qualified there as well, but I feel like GAM is one of the earliest teams, and especially from the minor regions.
So unusual for VCS to be one of the first to qualify. We're almost always one of the last. But that is Baron. That is the double big buffs secured for GAM. Surely there's no way to lose from here.
Reset once, get back onto the lanes. You have 1 minute and 40 seconds, 100 seconds exactly, to secure the 2 inhibitors, and it should be pretty easy to siege it down. You have decent long-range pokers, not the greatest auto-attack range. You don't have a Caitlyn or anything, so maybe the enemy team can find something if you step up too quickly, but you have the Baron minions. You can just wait for them to slowly kill those turrets with the cannon attacks. So let's see how they play it. Looks like Kiaya wants to go bot lane and pressure the base tower from there already, and then maybe transition into mid lane whenever he has his Naba stacked. Look at him, every time he shows, he's on yellow. This is how you're supposed to play now, always threatening with the instant convert on the ultimate. Now he's going to go into Mega, so Vikings might be able to wait it out for the next few seconds.
Yeah, but the thing is, waiting doesn't do a huge amount unless it's for about a minute and a half. So that's when the Baron will start falling off. Carty in trouble, ticking down. The smite doesn't quite get him below the threshold, but does pop his Bloodthirster.
He was forced to flash away from the dragon attack.
Yeah, and this is going to be double supers in every lane. This is looking dire your way. GAM are closing the trap.
Yeah, 3 inhibitors secured. There's still 15 seconds of Elder Dragon, and GAM is going to use that time. They are going to try and end here. The fight is coming.
One tower down. They have to fight. In goes Nanaway, desperately trying to get something done, but much like the rest of the series, he will not succeed. And the Nexus falls. GAM are going to Grand Finals and going to Worlds.
A series from GAM, and in the end,
Yeah,
the
I'm popping
fifth
off.
game. After so many games where it was individual class, the fifth game is actually a showcase of GAM's power as a team. All 5 members performed really well here together. It was a rough start for their captain, for Levi, 0-3 to start the game on Shyvana, but he sat tight, he just secured objective after objective, scaled into the late game and let his carries do the work while he went a tanky route. He didn't go for the show for the 2019 Levi Shyvana build, where he just blasted everyone off the planet. No, this time he went steady. He was the captain for his...
Welcome to the world, no heroes and villains. Welcome to the war, we've only begun. So pick up your weapon and face it. There's blood on the ground, go and take it. You get one shot to make it out alive. So higher and higher you're chasing. It's deep in your bones, go and take it. This is your moment. Now is your time, so prove yourself and rise, rise. Make them remember you. Rise, push through heaven. Rise, rise. They will remember you. Rise. Welcome to the climb up, reach for the summit. Visions pray that one falls, steadily the end. So higher and higher you're chasing. It's deep in your blood, go and take it. This is your moment. Take to the skies, go. Prove yourself and rise, rise. Make them remember you. Rise, push through heaven. They will remember you. Get
Hey there, I'm Spoods, designer and broadcast producer here at VCS English. For the past 5 years, our team has been bringing you action-packed League of Legends from the Vietnamese region we all know and love. Across our core team and our guests, we are proud to have collectively volunteered thousands of hours into this broadcast, to say nothing about our socials and community teams who've contributed thousands more, keeping things running behind the scenes. We've been here since 2019, from the Flash era and all of its Visa heartbreaks, to the insane watch party of GAM Esports' victory over Top in 2022. We've seen it all, and we've grown alongside our league. Our mission has always been to showcase our amazing region to an international audience, with the aid of international voices in doing so. And with such a vibrant community across all of our platforms, I think it's safe to say that we've achieved that goal. Unfortunately, as the VCS makes its transition into the consolidated Asia-Pacific League in 2025, our future is, for the first time in a long time, quite uncertain. Our community will still be around, and so will we, that's for sure. But while we would love to continue broadcasting, we don't know what form that might take. Therefore, most likely, today marks our final show together, at least for a while. And frankly, we're gonna miss putting these together. But we've definitely got one more left in the tank, and we're certainly gonna give it 110%. So please, sit back, relax, and enjoy our show tonight. Thank you very much for joining us on this journey.
And welcome. It is the finals. Not just for us, but for the summer split of Vikings and GAM rematching in the upper bracket. And I'm so happy to be here for all of you, but I'm even happier to be alongside two of my best friends, Quincy and Rebel Fox. How are the two of you tonight? How are you, Rebel?
I'm doing fantastic. Feels cathartic to be here for the final game of the VCS, maybe ever. So there's nothing more to say about that. I think we've got two fantastic teams. We've got probably one of the most lightning matchups we've had in years, and I'm just ready to start covering games.
Quincy, how are you feeling? It's been too long.
It's been quite a while, and I actually missed quite a bit of the splits, but I've definitely shown up for playoffs, or shown the games. I've seen the games, I gotta say it like this. And coming up from this Juggernaut match, it was a 5-game banger series. I just hope to see one more of that today.
Absolutely, and I'm going to get straight to what our takes are on how it's going to go. We do have our predictions, if production could throw those up on screen. How do we think it's going to go?
If I had to take a wild guess, everybody has like 3 2s on the board.
Yeah, it's pretty much... Yeah, I mean, we don't know where Milky is. He was meant to be here, but Silent Milken has been too effective. But most of us going the Vikings way. Quincy, you are in for GAM, but Rebel, I don't see your prediction here.
Yeah, I have a lot more descriptive of a prediction that actually needs to have its own slide, so we'll get a chance to see. So GAM goes up 2-0 in 18 minutes of total game time. A cloud rises over the Vikings camp as Guri falls ill and must be hospitalized. Just as it seems all is bleak, Ego, hooded, emerges from the stands, approaches Kadi. After all this time, of course. And of course, in the final games, one-on-one, since nobody's able to stand up to anybody on the side of GAM, it is in fact S of M who takes over for the one-on-one role and wins them the side selection in game number 5. That's how things are going to play out. If anybody wants to know the actual script leak, that's what we're doing here.
I mean, look, we're not meant to reveal that we have the script. I kind of think it's weird that you've done that, but that is actually the script that we were given before the game. Look, I want that to be the way it plays out. But me and Rebel, we agree. A 3-2 in the favor of Vikings. Quincy, you agree on the 3-2, but you've gone the GAM side of it. Care to justify?
Yeah, I mean, we just have to have one party pooper, right? I mean, I also was like, do I actually toss a coin and lock in the 3-2 prediction either way? And then I was like, if I now predict Vikings, I was afraid that everybody would predict Vikings, and I would have been right at that, but... coming from the history of watching VCS over and over again and seeing GAM win over and over again, and that one time Cerberus, and that those 2 times Team Flash back in the day, but that was like ages ago now. It's just it just feels disingenuous not to predict GAM when you actually like maybe asked with a gun to your head and they're like they shoot you if you predict wrong, and then you would basically say GAM, right? And in that situation, I gotta say I want Rebel's prediction, especially with that all cinematic around it to be true with the reverse sweep and everything. But I don't think we live in fairy tale land, and I think GAM will take it 3-2, sadly. And this also hurts to say because we have had Hankai on the broadcast and he switched over from GAM to Vikings now, which is of course 1 point in favor of the Vikings. But I think GAM will still take it 3-2. It's just the reality of VCS.
And there is so much history. You sort of alluded to it. There's so much clashing. There's so many storylines that we have been building up. Like, as Smooth said before we went live, we've been here since 2019. We've borne witness to GAM's domination of the VCS. Aside from very short periods of time, GAM has been this juggernaut of the VCS. And it has finally been Vikings that has really risen up to challenge them. And this is potentially the last name ever written on the VCS shield. For GAM, it has to be so important. For Levi, it has to be so important that the full stop at the end of the VCS is doing the GAM time. And at the same time, on the other side in Vikings, to get this win, to solidify yourself and take that step into whatever comes next for Vietnam, there has to be really high running motions, and people can say, oh, this doesn't matter, Worlds is decided, and that's true. Both of these teams will be going to Worlds regardless of the outcome tonight. It matters. It really, really does. This is the swan song of the VCS, and these teams are going to be desperate to get on top. Rebel, I'm going to go to you. I want to talk about some of the stars on these rosters. Where are you looking? I'll start with Vikings. Where are your eyes glued?
After watching through a bunch of VODs and everything that we've seen, I was super harsh on Guri when he entered the split on Saigon Buffalo. He was a replacement for one of my favorite players and Beanjay, and then he had some rough games because I don't think it fit his pool perfectly. I think Guri has developed to just a completely different breed of talent. He has become a jungler that is, I think, inarguably at least number 2 in the splits compared to everybody else. It's a perfect little meta for him to be able to step into. And so I think Guri has really risen much higher than I ever thought I was going to be. And on a roster with like Kadi and Shogun and B, and then a rookie top laner, Guri has really stood out to me to be like, I was not expecting him to be so good.
Yeah, for sure. Particularly that Zyra that has become this meta tyrant recently. Guri has had some incredible performances on it. I also just want to say, I'm going to throw over to you, Quincy, to talk about the GAM side of it, and we may well be saying similar things, because we're in an AP jungle meta, and Levi's on the Rift.
Yeah, that's the thing, right? Levi was always known for these AP jungler picks, and especially his Karthus comes to mind, and also his Gragas back in the past. But that, I think, is kind of funny, because as Rebel said, like Guri, when he entered the scene, he was playing like full AP Gragas as well, and was playing the Talia in picks like this. And not only has Guri individually stepped up, but also like the meta kind of came closer to him, so to say. But on GAM side also, there's a player that I need to highlight here, and that's Kiaya. He's been the unarguable top lane GOAT of the VCS, and he's playing against a rookie top laner that was basically his food in the Juggernaut series, and he definitely is still hungry today as well.
Yeah, absolutely. Like, again, this is maybe a bit self-indulgent. I've been watching this league for nearly 6 years now, and I don't just mean watching. I mean casting and really being part of it, and Levi and Kiaya have just been this duo. So much has been said about Levi. We sort of all know who Levi is, and there is so many things we could say about him, but none of it would be particularly original. We get it. He's the GOAT of the VCS. But I have to point to Kiaya, this, like, specky little kid, like, looked like he weighed about 30 kilos, comes into the league, playing mid at Worlds in 2019 or 2018 maybe, playing Kled mid. 2019, playing Kled mid, looking like a good laner, but what was he doing? What were they playing? To now being this uber confident player who is just like, he is seriously contending, like right alongside Levi to be the best player the VCS has ever seen. Going from this kid that would sweep up net cafes in order to get a little bit of time on the computer to play League, and not even being able to type his own username, to being where he is, to this absolutely world-class top laner, it honestly makes me kind of emotional. So in order to save my emotions, I want to look down at the bot lane, because that's another huge story, because it's Shogun tonight. Rebel, what's your take on the bot lane?
Yeah, I mean, for everything that we've mentioned about what it's been to like watch Guri develop, I think all of us experienced that with Shogun as well, because we saw, again, one of our favorite teams was Saigon, and since they've kind of become Vikings, but the long-standing tradition of having Shogun on this team has lasted the test of time. And I think he's everybody's favorite player, or he's damn near close to everybody's favorite player, because he came into the league, he was an absolute monster. He took the job from somebody who was pretty decent in Ariete, and then when he went to Worlds alongside Taki, they took everybody by storm. Everyone was astonished by how, somebody 18, 19 years old could be so damn good at League of Legends. And he was just a crux for every team he's been on since. Even now, I would say he's one of the main reasons that Vikings are so good. He is an absolute linchpin in the bot lane. He's near impossible to break during the laning phase. He's still one of the best team fighters that they've got. I mean, he's a staple. And he doesn't have the pedigree or the longevity that Levi or Kiaya do, but to me, he's right now probably the ADC to look at inside of the VCS and say he's probably our most famous. He might be our most talented. He might have even taken the throne away from somebody like Artemis for the longest time because of just how good he's been in the last few years.
Yeah, I totally agree. Quincy, I'm going to pivot a little bit. I want to talk to you about how you want to see these teams approaching the match. I will keep on you for GAM, given that you did predict them as the winners. How do you want to see them approaching this match and neutralizing the strong players from the Vikings?
There's a certain red flag that I saw in the Juggernaut match, and that was the following. In the first game, Kiaya was playing Aurora, and they kind of won that game relatively convincingly, I gotta say. Like, I mean, it was, of course, one of the longer games, but I think that was still, like, GAM doing GAM things. And afterwards, after this result, it was Vikings banning Aurora 4 games in a row, and yesterday in the series against Wales, who they stomped 3-0, I mean, all fair to them, but also Aurora was not mentioned in this draft whatsoever. I have a feeling that they are afraid of the
Aurora. I just want to cut in, because I know you're talking about Aurora is disabled.
It's disabled?
Yeah, she apparently breaks chrono break, so Aurora is not available, which is actually a very big deal, because that's a free ban for the Vikings. That's actually not a bad point.
Yeah, I was just about to say, like, Aurora would have been fantastic for Kiai. Now he doesn't get to play this one at least, so at least now has a little bit more of a chance. But regardless of that, they are still like the ranged top lane options that Kiai can go for. He was known to play the Twisted Fate in the top lane on the AD build. He was also playing things like the Cannon, like the Gnar back in the day, and also his Renekton is pretty legendary. And also, like, picks like smaller top are also playable at the moment, and stuff like Zeri I've seen in other leagues. I would expect Kiaya, despite not really being historically known for those kind of picks, to just abuse a ranged top lane matchup and really destroy Nanawe, or at least try to do so.
I'm going to ask you the same question, Rebel. How do you want Vikings to play out these games? Is there draft? Is there certain play patterns that you can think of?
So a few things that I want to see changed up. Number one, I don't know if anybody like that playoff series was ridiculous. I'm sure you were part of casting it. How many of those games went like 30 plus minutes? I think 3 of them were 40-minute endeavors. That was a slog. And part of that was its resilience from Vikings, but GAM would slowly take objectives over the course of time. I think there were 3 or 4 games where they took every single dragon in the game, and then they still lost 2 of those, which is astonishing. I would love to see the Vikings not give up every single dragon. That's my number one goal for them today, is to not hand away Dragon Souls on 4 dragons in 3 of 5 games or something along those lines. That's number one for the side of the Vikings. Number 2, And it was something that was bugging me when we were watching yesterday's games. It feels like there's a number of times in this meta where every single member of the enemy team is some kind of squishy member, and there's like one person who's got some tank, one person who's got some CC. At best, there's two. I would love to see something meta breaking. I talked about assassins, I talked about siege mages. I'm like, somebody that can drop a bunch of damage on a marksman would probably make things a lot harder on a lot of these teams, right? You're not going to be expecting like Emo and Easy Love both played very, very solidly, but I don't think either of them dominated the lating phase. If you can take some early pressure by applying it to one of those two roles where you're supposed to have this massive damage and have somebody kind of go crazy at the beginning of the game to help control that dragon, I think things will be easier to transition into the mid game for the Vikings and not just hand gam most of map control and then hope to God that they have enough in the tank to be able to scale into late game. At least once, I would love to see them try something like that, a little bit off kilter than what we've been seeing, which is just double marksman and then more damage in the top lane and even more damage in the jungle.
Speaking of what we've been saying, let's have a look at the path these teams took to get here. First off, with the regular season, having a look at the standings, it was Vikings that came out on top. One series better than GAM. It actually was a win over GAM as well. It wasn't any silly upsets. These are our 1 and 2 teams. They were a cut above the rest as well.
That's a bit of an understatement. We had 3 teams with winning records and 3 more teams or 2 teams played playoffs. It was even funnier. I talked about this yesterday. MGN Blue actually won more games and lost less games than Team Flash, and they lost playoffs, which really sucks. But yeah, that was funny.
And obviously, looking at the next stage, it is that playoffs bracket, and when we got into the pointy end of the season, it started out very stompy. It was 3-0s on both sides of the bracket. Then we did have the clash of the Giants. It was the same matchup that we're seeing today. GAM did prevail 3-2, but it was very close. Princey, do you have any takes on how playoffs went?
Yeah, actually, after just now seeing the standings again, I'm actually kind of surprised that Wales kind of still got third place, and sadly, of course, they got 6-0'd by Vikings, which is kind of humiliating, but they were at least like close to beating them once yesterday in the third game, and of course not for too long, because they ended up still losing that, and them at least overcoming Flash 3-0 pretty convincingly, and then getting a 3-2 over Team Secret kind of speaks in their favor, and kind of tells me that Artemis still got it, you know, and he's still individually an AD carry that's comparable to Shogun at least, and what hinders him in some ways are following things. Like Lethal Tempo getting removed kind of hurts him. Smaller exists now the champion, and while it's super strong, it doesn't seem like a champion that Artemis wants to play. He had 3 games on it over the whole split and lost one of them and didn't really play it in playoffs, and Darth is not really somebody who would pilot the Smaller himself, so that's kind of a weakness for Team Wales. And they overall seem to be like a team that takes quite some time to get the macro really kicking in and adapt to new picks, like the Aurora also, which they never even considered playing. So that's one of the reasons why Team Wales kind of surprisingly went up to third place, but of course not farther than that, and there's a clear gap between the top 2 teams and the rest of the league.
I'm convinced the only reason Wales won is to drink the tears of salty Team Secret fans. That's what I'm convinced of. Yesterday we had Clockwork on the desk, and that was hilarious, so we got plenty of that.
I think one of the things that I find actually quite interesting looking at playoffs and the season as a whole is a little bit of deja vu, isn't it, from spring season where GAM finished second, come into playoffs, they end up then winning and coming out clutch. And are we going to see that again in summer and GAM continuing their dominance of the VCS?
I mean,
Wait,
we went
Carrix.
already Carrix, yeah.
Yeah.
I fixed my eyesight. I don't need glasses anymore.
Okay, and also your prediction kind of changed because Carrix, you were very up on the front that Vikings are going to win this 3-2, and now I see you here in the GAM jersey. What's up with that?
So I like to do a little thing called the caster curse, and GAM, I feel like for the VCS English, it's like our favorite child. But every now and then you want your favorite child just to trip up, so you can just laugh at them. And I feel like that's us with GAM. We've seen them win so many times, and we're like, we love you, GAM, etc., etc. But every now and then we're like, God, just fall over like one time so we can laugh at you.
Did you just say that you think you want your favorite child to trip and fall so you can laugh at them? Is that what I just heard from our?
I
That
think
is
he said that, yeah.
exactly what you heard.
Okay. I mean, I think there's two sides of this argument, which is like,
Yeah.
part of it's GAM has the best dynasty. I feel like it would almost be disingenuous for anyone else to be on the final shield than GAM's name. On the other hand, it would be really cool for the longevity of players like Kadi, who is like the only mid laner to ever take down GAM in like best of 5 situations, or Shogun, who's become an ADC that probably is just more talented than most of the marksmen they've had on GAM for years. To be able to overcome that. So there's positives and negatives to either team winning. I don't think I would be upset with either result. I think honestly, if you go back and you replay today and everybody gave their predictions multiple times, honestly, everyone just wants 5 games. I don't think anyone cares who wins. We really just want a 5-game series.
5-game
And you
series.
brought up a
going to
very good point there, Rebel. Kati was on GAM for years, and I actually have personally got to know him as a GAM mid laner, but he actually was a GAM mid laner because before that, he got some experience in beating GAM in the finals with Team Flash. So
Yeah.
he definitely brings up arguments why he could do it again. And I also think Kati individually would be the favorite over Emo in the mid lane here.
Can I also just throw the question to you? Which team is more GAM, right? Kati, B, Hankei, or Levi and Kiaya?
Is this a Ship of Theseus question? Like, if you take all the pieces of the Ship of Theseus out and replace them, is it still the Ship of Theseus? Is that what we're going? We're now into.
I've not heard that reference before, but it sounds like an appropriate one.
You've not heard the Ship of Theseus before. It's exactly what
not.
you're describing right now.
Perfect.
Okay. I don't know. What do you think, Princey? Is which team's more GAM?
That's actually a very good question. It's like when Hanwha would play Gen.G, like, which ironically happened just minutes ago, where like, who's the real Gen.G anyway? But this with GAM players and former GAM players and coaches on the other side. I would actually still think that GAM is actually GAM because they have Kiaya and Levi. I mean, Levi has always been on GAM aside from that short stint where he went to North America and then to China for a little bit. And yeah, didn't really like that much, I gotta say. And it was just a one-off basically in the history of like many years of Levi playing for GAM. He's the signature player not only of GAM but also of the league, and so is Kiaya to some extent, we gotta say. I mean, Kavik brought it up recently with the boy, yeah, waking up the internet cafes and so on. I think GAM, especially with that top side, is like very much an iconic team. And Easy Love also was one of those players that played for them a few seasons ago and kind of made GAM what GAM is today.
Now, I've got one final question before we are heading towards picks and bans that are just a few moments away, which is, I remember in the past we used to talk a little bit about stats and who had the most VCS titles. I remember it was incredibly tight between B and Levi, and I think at one point they both had the same number of titles. So does that mean it's currently Levi with 1 extra title over B?
Pretty sure, yeah.
So what we're saying is we can have a tie between B and Levi again if Viking Esports wins today's finals.
I'm not going to make that claim because I don't have those stats on hand and I don't care to look them up. So I'm not going to say that outright. Because B also missed, I think, a split, didn't he? Wasn't he gone for a split? And so he might have.
He was sharing time with Elio, right?
Yeah, something like that.
But I think that was like summer 2 years ago. But I think he was still playing in that split, so he would count as a champion.
I see.
Possibly.
All right.
We can have stats team look that up, and by stats team, I'll go and look at things once we do get into game and characters in your way. Take us away. But first, we do have our picks and bans, Alan and all. I'm really excited for game 1, or you could even say game 6 of this series.
Game 6 of this series. Oh yeah, I mean because we
had the 3-2.
Playing each other. Yeah. Well, I mean if you want to get into that, they also played each other twice during the regular season, so we're well past 6 games.
Yeah, true.
I have to annoy you.
That was too long ago, though.
That was too long ago. My bad.
Yeah, too long ago. I wasn't here for that.
We weren't talking about the history of teams or anything, the entire desk or anything like that. That's
fine though.
Yeah.
It's too specific of history. What
was your prediction then? Because I don't think did we get to see your prediction? Because I don't remember seeing it on screen.
No, you didn't actually get my prediction.
So what's your...
I'm wearing the GAM shirt. I've got to say 3-2 GAM.
3-2
No,
GAM.
question mark. That's my prediction. Question mark to question mark.
3-2 GAM makes it a lot more clear. Everybody is between either Vikings or GAM and a 3-2. I think everybody expects it to be a cool series, so that makes sense. I think everyone's
just 3-0, right?
I honestly think if somebody were actually doing some 3-0 GAM seems like the next most logical. If it's not a 5-game series, it's probably a 3-0 to GAM.
Where is your prediction though on the graphic, Rebel?
Oh, that's a great question, Spoods. Why don't you show my prediction?
Yeah, show it.
Is your prediction so unhinged, Rebel?
Yes.
That we just can't see
Yes, it is. I'll give you the quick notes of it. GAM goes up 18 in 18 minutes. They go up 2-0, and unfortunately, Guri has to be hospitalized because he's sick from being beaten down so hard. Ego comes back and talks to Kani and says, after all this time, of course, rejoins this team, takes them to 5 games. In game number 5, in the one-on-one to decide match point, S.of.M., the coach, actually steps out on the stage and beats down anybody on GAM who has the audacity to step out, and they take the side and, of course, the series. That's the script as I was handed it by everybody else. So
Rebel,
one question. Can I ask one? The 18 minutes for the 2-0, was that for each game or for both combined?
Combined. Yeah, we actually get a record-setting 6.5-minute victory in game number 1 here, which is what causes Guri to have such distress.
It's the Southeast Asian games all over again, where GAM won every game in about 12 minutes.
Nothing wrong with that.
Oh dear. Rebel, I don't know if you have, or maybe you want to advertise this on stream, but have you ever considered writing fan fiction?
No.
Because that was pretty good.
Are you a consumer of fan fiction? Because that would be great.
I'm not, no. But I would be if you were to write some fan fiction. Crinsey, what about you? Do you think Rebel would make some good fan fiction, whether on the VCS or anything else in general?
Good fan fiction?
I mean, he just did, so I mean, the evidence already is sitting there, right?
That's not fiction. That's the script. Riot handed me the script for APAC, and so that we can develop who's going to win. That's something we also, I don't think, mentioned. The winner of this actually gets read into APAC. We found that out as well. So that's a pretty cool thing to be fighting for. You can say that Worlds is already decided, and if both teams go to Worlds, they're going to be at least a little happy. And we can agree with that. But having a direct spot to get into APAC is also an incredible prize that both of these teams are going to want. I don't think it's likely we end up with either of these teams not in APAC next year, because they're two pretty decently standing organizations that have had quite a bit of success over the last few seasons, especially GAM. I mean, GAM is basically a shoo-in, I think, even if they have to be voted in manually with a crowbar. But both of them would love to have that spot confirmed here and now.
You just put me on this disastrous railroad track of GAM lose this series, don't get into APAC, and then somehow don't get in, and it would just be the most unheard of thing to me, or the most wrong thing. No.
Yeah, that's not gonna happen.
Not possible, yeah.
Not scientifically possible.
Okay, so let's just kind of look into draft a little bit before draft shows up. What are you expecting to see from both sides? Crinsey, I'll go to you first on this one.
I mean, I already embarrassed myself earlier by saying, like, yeah, I will probably just go for the Aurora, and guess that was just disabled since last series, so that's not an option. Yeah, I actually expect them today to play on range top lanes, because it's just the easiest way to abuse the rookie top laner that already kind of embarrassed himself last series, and they played against each other, where he went 3-13 on Cannon, I think, in the last game, and if he played a little bit better, arguably Vikings would have won that in the last game. That was an absolute banger of a game 5, I gotta say. So I expect it to be range top into something stable for the side of Nanaue. So looking from the Vikings side of things, I just expect him to play like maybe a Renekton or maybe a Nudi or maybe a Cassandra to just not win lane, but provide something for the team so that he can just be an annoyance to the side of GAM. And I actually think Renekton would be a likely pick here because they use it in the regular split against them and won. And also just to deny Kiaios Renekton is also just something that makes life a little bit more easier for the Viking side.
Rebel, I've got another question for you. So I've got many of these questions coming, by the way. So. Okay. I've not been able to see many games during regular season. I don't know if you have, but one of the things that I've been quite worried about coming into this is have our signature VCS champions gone? And we've already heard from Crinsey. He's mentioned the Renekton.
Oh, they're gone.
They're gone.
They're gone. They're mostly gone.
Where did they go? PCS?
Well, like, what are some of the most quintessential champions from the VCS? The one thing we're not missing is Alistar. Alistar still plays. It's still the Vietnamese cow series, absolutely 100%. But that's because we're playing 4 damage champions in every other role. That's the issue. So it's like, oh, we need a primary engage tank who also can soak damage. I guess Alistar is better than most. But like, it's very common to see like Rel, Leona, Alistar, Braum. Like those are common. But like Lee Sin, Lee Sin's been gone for some time. It's mostly mages in the jungle and then tanks if you're not playing that. So that's a pretty gone pick. I don't even think Nidalee gets picked all that often. She gets picked on occasion. But we're seeing a ton of Zyra. We're seeing a ton of Maokai. We're seeing a ton of Lilia. We're seeing a ton of Shyvana even is popping up, but she's a little less than the others. Like today, I'm guessing Zyra priority is something we'll have to pay attention to from game 1 because they basically went back and forth picking the champion over the course of the entire series, and Zyra was very influential for the side of the Vikings, so much so that in the 5th game, GAM came out and banned it. They just said, no, we're not giving that champion over. So that and Maokai are 2 of the most priority picks for Vikings, and I'm guessing jungle pools are something to pay attention to because this Guri versus Levi matchup has a lot of influence over the macro state of GAM, which is what they used to command a lot of their games.
And Quincy, going over to you, are there any champions that you'd like to see coming out either for game 1 or for the entirety of the series?
I mean, in jungle, obviously, Zyra is a huge topic right now. We have seen Guri being excellent on it, and last series we also saw that Levi can also play it. To my personal preference, it was not as impressive as Guri's one, but I actually think that it would be a smart pickup for the GAM side just to still have Levi on a decent AP jungler, which he likes to play, and just to deny it from Guri, so he has to go for his second best option. That would be definitely lower on the priority list for them. So I just expect them to basically take away their priority picks from each other, which is, for example, as I mentioned earlier, Renekton for the side of Nanawe, Zyra for the side of Levi, and if not, I mean, Levi was also ready to play like some of the weird stuff from earlier days, like the Karthus, or even the Shyvana, which has a very weird item build at the moment, with the Spear of Shogun and the otherwise AP heavy build.
And I know no one asked me, but I'm going to say it anyway. I would love to see a Jhin getting locked in because then we could hear Yulwei absolutely mauling throughout the entirety of game 1.
That's what we should do. We should talk about picks that we want to get picked because this is our last series in the VCS, probably one of our last times covering them without going to APAC. So, what picks do you want to see today? That's a cooler question to answer.
That's what I asked Quincy.
I'll ask a
Yeah,
cooler.
you actually did. Yeah, actually, I want to see Yorick. I don't think anyone would ever play it.
There
I
we
would not recommend it either way, but I want to see it. Yeah. Gotta say.
Yeah.
And also Jhin, because of what you earlier said. I mean, I just like hearing Yurei moan about a pick being horrible, and that's just the most fun of VCS. I think most watchers even tune in because of that reason, right?
Yeah. And let's not forget as well, we know Hanke quite well, who is now coaching for Viking Esports. I think Hanke, he loves us enough that he'll give us that Elise pick we've been desiring for so long.
Elise would be a good one for Catharsis. That would be nice.
Catharsis? Oh, right.
Yeah, Karthus,
Yeah.
Yeah.
Karthus? Elise for Karthus.
Yeah, Elise for Karthus. That makes sense. Yeah.
Okay. Fair enough. And of course, a Kindred as well for Carrix.
Kindred would be a good one for Carrix. I don't know who you play, so I don't think it matters.
I play boring supports like Leona, so I'm getting that anyway.
Probably Morgana. That's what I guess. Morgana support, something like that.
No.
Yes.
What?
Because no one wants to watch Morgana, so.
Yeah, that I can get behind. I ban her every game anyway. Rebel, what would you like to see though?
What would I like to? I had a rant about this yesterday. I would love to see anybody pick an assassin. If you're gonna pick 3 range characters and also an AP jungler, for the love of everything, pick an assassin. Pick Zed. Pick Nefiri. I don't even care if it gets stumped. I don't care if the items are bad. Pick it so I can enjoy it for one singular game. It would be so cool to see like Kadi
Does
go off
Elise
on
count
Zed
as an assassin?
No, Elise is a spider.
Okay, fair enough.
The theory isn't that bad right now, so they could be picked. But as I've seen it in like the lower tier German leagues that I would cast, and it was surprisingly successful, I gotta say. So the theory definitely had a strong point. I just gotta say, in the more higher, like almost major region level of play, I think it might fall flat just to the coordination of the teams and assassins generally being awful there.
Okay, here's my question for you though, Quincy. What if we got, instead of a team secret classic, we got Nefiri Galio as a combination? Instead of like the old school Nocturne Galio or anything like that with the delivery, instead it's Nefiri Galio where you have this assassin and then you've got the defense on top of it. That would be a cool little adaptation that we could see.
Yeah, but have you seen the leap range of Nafiri? It's like 1,000 units. It's nothing like Nocturne. It's a joke, basically.
Exactly.
Okay, yeah. I mean, would be a good joke for the. I mean, it's the last game of the VCS anyway. I mean, who's going to hold them accountable, right? They already make worlds. Might as well try it.
Yeah, might as well do something.
I've got to clarify.
know?
Last series of VCS, right? We've got 5 banger games coming up. 100% going to 5 games. Also, in the stands, they have some really cool like light up, glow up bracelets, and they make me very excited. I don't know why, but they look really cool.
I think their venue is insane. I know this is only for like 2 days that they did this, and it's special because obviously it's like one of the final series for VCS. But this has been really cool to see the fans interact with like the teams on stage, because we had for a long time there where like we were doing this over like the like pandemic, and so there was a lot of us indoors for a long time. They got canceled, I think, and weren't able to go to Worlds for a couple of years there, and so it was really rough. So it's really cool to see, the fans come out in mass and be able to watch them, especially for one of the final moments, maybe of the league individual. Oh, little Maokai's in the bottom right there. Don't think we forgot about him.
There we go. We need a Maokai to get locked in as well, just for the pauses. The many pauses that we had for anyone new to the VCS English. Essentially, every time that there's a pause, we add a little poro to Maokai. I don't know why there are 3 poros on the Maokai right now, because we technically have not had a pause yet in this series.
Yeah, I mean, it doesn't really count as a pause if they just deny that the technical issue is present, right? I mean, they can just lie to us and just pretend that there are no issues. And it was just scheduled that the game will start at 2 p.m. German time, right?
Yeah, if they pause the game, they're just actually having a coffee break, right? It's not a technical pause.
Yeah.
To be fair, Rebel, you're probably going to need your coffee. What time is it for you at the moment? 5 a.m. in America?
No, it's actually 7:30. The games have gotten
you're
much
fine
later
then.
for me. No, yeah, I've been actually sleeping a normal amount of time, so it's pretty nice.
Oh, congratulations.
Yeah.
I do think we are close to getting into picks and bans. We saw lots of cheering in the stadium, which I thought meant we were jumping into draft, but clearly not. We were just getting massively baited by the stadium.
Maybe they also got baited. I mean, maybe they're kind of just like us, right? I mean, they just wait for the draft and they're getting impatient and they cheer when they see like some signs of the draft maybe starting. And maybe they just got baited.
Have any of you actually been in a LAN for any league event when there is a pause, and then sometimes they play like random games to keep the audience entertained?
Yeah.
What games did they play for you, Rebel?
I've actually been the caster, and so I would do I walked around at a venue and I was talking to people who had never watched League of Legends before, and I was asking them how they thought it was, and I got some cool anecdotes about people that they were in St. Louis, which is a big sports city, so they didn't really know much about League of Legends, but they knew a lot about competition, and basically all I could convince them of was like, hey, there's a team from St. Louis, and they're like, well, what team is that? And I'd tell them, and they'd be like, all right, well, we're supporting them. So that being said, when you're in a big arena like this, you can't play a ton of games, I suppose, but you can definitely. I think everybody's here and electric to watch the team start. So like, you don't really need to like prop them up with like a bunch of like games and nonsense, because they're ready to watch the finals.
It's what was I going to say? It's the calm before the storm, before the crazy draft starts, and we get all of the weird, wacky, and wonderful picks that we know and love the VCS for. I would really like to see an Akali, actually. We've seen so much Akali in the past, namely from the likes of Harsmed, who is sadly not playing in this final. But if I could see an Akali, that would be wonderful.
It's a fun champion to watch for sure. I mean, maybe arguably not that good in the meta right now, but I mean, here and there you see an Akali pick, right? So it's definitely something that you can play in some matchups, and especially with like mages coming back into the game, it could be playable. But as long as there's an AD carry standing in the mid lane, I don't think that an Akali pick would have a lot of fun. I mean, especially now we play Zeri, Corki, Tristana, and one I forgot, Smolder, I think. Yeah, they all played mid lane right now, and yeah, would suck for the Akali for sure.
So I've thought of a new topic to discuss, which is, I guess, something that we tend to discuss a lot in normal seasons, but we haven't been on the broadcast much this season, so we've not really had a chance to discuss it, which is how do we see VCS doing at Worlds? Yes, I've asked the cursed question, done it, but I will do it. Rebel. Do you want to give your thoughts first?
I tell you the truth, I don't know. I really don't. I don't watch a ton of League of Legends outside of like every once in a while I'll catch Korean games and I'll catch Chinese games. I don't really watch VCS or LCS. I don't really watch LEC anymore. So it's tough to gauge them
Oh,
against those
LEC's
teams.
garbage anyway.
Those
It
LCS.
is, yeah.
Except for
I can
AK.
confirm.
AK is cool. But so maybe with Europe falling off a cliff and LCS maybe they dropped to like 8 teams this year, so that probably didn't help a ton. And then maybe there's some option for VCS. Maybe there's some hope for some VCS upsets or maybe even just defeats of teams from more major regions. Who knows? That would be a really cool thing to watch in their like final season as a full split. I mean, they got perpetually underrated for such a long time. It was until they beat major regions that they started shipping 2 teams. So they had a lot of really talented players, and it took them doing something on the world stage to show off. Maybe something like that again would be quite nice as part of the swan song season here for the VCS League.
One
Yeah,
hope
well,
for me would be that if the VCS is like from the level of play like stagnating or slightly improving, and LCS and LEC just come kind of closer to us, right? Because they are just kind of looking like they're falling off a cliff, right? Team Liquid looks decent, G2 at some days looks decent, but like the lower seeds from LEC and LCS do not look good at all. Like they have like no redeeming qualities, I gotta say. And like GAM and Vikings surely have their chances, right? I mean, especially like Fnatic. I mean, I could definitely see like the team with Humanoid stomping lane and Oscar stomping lane, and then Fnatic just not knowing how to close out a 10k gold lead against the Vietnamese team. I mean, and them just losing this. I mean, it's not out the window for sure right now.
I love the enthusiasm and the optimism, Quincy. It's not about us getting to their level. It's about them coming down to our level.
Yes.
Personally. Oh dear. Well, Vikings and GAM will be playing, representing us at Worlds. And there has been that whole change of the Worlds format last year where they no longer have... They have completely removed play-ins, and now they just have the big bracket with the Swiss, right? For either of you to remember how Worlds works now.
There's still play-ins, but then it's Swiss instead of groups.
Oh,
I think you're wrong,
there
yeah.
we go. Yeah, playing still there. Boo.
Uh-huh.
Which is
So
kind of
I-
unlucky, right? Because you would usually, if you are like an underdog team at Worlds overall, which don't get me wrong, I'm not hating on the VCS or anything, but overall we are an underdog compared to like LPL, LCK, LEC, LCS. If you're an underdog, you would prefer to have Swiss as early as possible because there at least you have like 3 chances, right? In play-ins, it's at best case double elimination, and I think it is. They have 2 chances, and I mean, in Swiss, if you like lose 2 rounds, then you also play a team that also lost 2 rounds, and at some point, when you just gotta start winning. But the teams also tend to get easier if you keep losing.
Yeah. But then you also get all of the weird brackets, and then you look at one team that has somehow had a really tough run, even though they're losing a bunch of games. So I don't know. I quite like the new Worlds format. I think it's more fun that way rather than having groups and then you've got a group of death or a group of life, as some people would like to say.
I would like to see a 16-team Worlds round robin instead of anything else. I think playing like hundreds of games over the course of like 3 days would be sick. It'd be impossible, but it'd be awesome. That's my take on it. It'd be much more fun to watch every team play every other team like in a double round robin, like 31 games over the course of
So
days.
with that in mind, Quincy will get this, but do you think we could have Worlds done in the same way that they do like the Chess World Championships?
No.
No,
I don't
it'd be
think
too
so.
boring, wouldn't it? Yeah. So for
mean
those who
where you
don't
have,
know, the way
you mean where you have like a whole like candidates where you take like the top 8 teams, play them against each other in round robin, then play against whoever the old world champion was?
Yeah. And then you have like a massive 30-game series against the in essentially the final game. Or the
That
final
would suck.
series.
Oh my
It
god,
would
I would hate it. Yeah. Like,
Best of 7
I mean,
between the
the
two
stage
top teams.
before the finals would be banger, but the finals itself would be boring, which is kind of
Yes.
weird, you know?
Which is kind of like, to be honest, I don't think it is like that in chess. People get really more excited over the finals than they do over the candidates, I think.
I mean, yeah, that's how world championships work, right?
Yeah, but
Kind of, yeah.
we're saying if we did it for league, it'd be the other way around. That's the whole point,
Why
Rebel.
would it be? See, the reason it wouldn't work for League is because you'd have like a 2022 situation where like DRX lost like half of their roster or their entire roster and then became like a bottom half team in LCK, and that's your world championship contender. Is like somebody's playing against that. That would be why the format doesn't work.
Anyway, I've been told that while the VCS themselves may not want to admit that there is a technical break happening, we at the VCS English will be true to our viewers, and we will be heading into a short break. And when we return, we'll be jumping into game. Although, as I say that, I've now also got reports that we are heading into picks and ban. So, hey, we've got picks and bans. We knew it happened. We just had to queue up the break. We forgot how the VCS
We
works.
have a break. Yeah.
Exactly. So, into picks and bans then, we've got the Leona band away, something that you mentioned briefly, Rebel. We've also got the Ashe and the Rumble band away by the side of Vikings.
I think this has to be Zyra. I don't think, unless Vikings have come up with something to beat the Zyra in the jungle, this almost certainly has to be oh wow, okay. They're not going to, they're going to give it over.
And I believe we have replaced one German with another as Yulway jumps into the broadcast.
Hello, hello. I've been standing around for 40 minutes now. Finally. Okay.
I want to get Thanos snapped. This isn't fair. If we replace all 3 members of our intro desk, does that mean we have a different task?
Okay. Yeah, we have Zyra first pick again. So that's actually quite important, I think, for this matchup, because Zyra, last time Vikings tried to first pick her, and then Guri looks amazing on this champion. So once again, Viking can't get their favorite jungler.
Okay.
And it's something that we heard.
Oh
yeah, sorry, go.
I was gonna say that does give up the freedom to give Shogun one of his better champs in the Ezreal, and the brand is like, I think over the course of the season, Guri was better on the brand than he was on the Zyra. Not to say Zyra is not higher priority, just that, again, I think Guri was more comfortable on this pick than he was on the Zyra. Maybe they feel confident in taking it. Obviously, otherwise they would have banned it out instead of the Smolder or instead of something else. But...
Ooh, that's an interesting hover. I don't think we've seen this champion in recent history. Okay, so a lot of pressure onto the bot lane, and they don't want to let a Shogun just scale for free, because he is a fearsome Ezreal player, and those play champion in the regular season. So they want to put some pressure, some kill lane here into the Shogun Ezreal.
Interesting. It was funny, I was going to mention something about it being like an old counter pick to Zyra, and I was going to like joke about that and be like, oh, they can play Jungle Misfortune, that'd be funny. But like, then they whip it out because it's apparently quite a decent champion. I've heard about its power being quite a bit higher. I know they've been picking a little bit in some other regions as well, like they've been picking it in the LCK and they've been picking it in some other places. So I'm not shocked to see it come out as a response to some of the more like hyper offensive or the scaling that we've seen on the bottom side of the map. I'd even be curious if they're willing to flex it mid. That would be a wild take as a Misfortune mid here in the first game of the Grand Finals.
Ooh, wow. I'm not sure if you've seen it anywhere in the world. I would have to research that. Maybe you two can do that while we're in game. But yeah, I'm very interested to see the TF top lane ban from Vikings, because TF top lane actually really didn't work for Kiaya in the last series they played against each other. Kiaya, he had a really good laning phase because he's Kiaya, obviously he did, but they couldn't really connect with the TF late game, and the team fighting power just wasn't really there. Split pushing didn't work out for them, so I'm quite confused by this ban. And I just hope Nanoware does not think he can play another Gnar game, because please, for God's sake, please don't play Gnar again.
Well, the Gnar is open. We'll see whether it comes through. I'm also remembering to a year ago when Rel was also being played in the jungle, and I keep looking at that trio of champions and thinking, oh, maybe they can put Rel in the jungle and we get something hyper-aggressive like Misfortune Zyra.
Rel jungle got absolutely
not going to happen.
Yeah. Zyra jungle is also just way too good to not play her jungle. Like, she clears in under 3 minutes, so why would you ever pick her in a different position? It's so strong.
Absolutely. Well, we do still have the mid and top laners to get locked in. We've seen the Kennen band away, the final ban now for the side of GAM. They're actually giving some respect to the Naways. No.
They didn't need to give respect to it. If you watch the last series, they did not need to get... That would be crazy. An Aksha on top would have been a wild thing. I think mid makes more sense here. I like the Corki pick a lot more than trying to pick top lane. One of the things that I think they needed to bridge is that, like, I wanted to mention it earlier on the desk. In terms of Vikings, they can carry out of 4 positions. Nonaway did not show that he was able to be a carry in either of their last 2 series that they played in playoffs. I would love to see them find a way for him to be able to do something. The Jax was what I was looking at, but obviously I think GAM is privy to it, and the problem is you can't even let it through easily on the side of the Vikings, because then you're giving it to Kiaya. So it's not as easy as like, oh, that's a perma ban or something like that. Like, they have to be confident to take something else into it. So we'll see if Nonaway has anything that he can build into this, because he was not very good in their last series.
And just to jump in, the Zeri has been locked in, so Yulway, you might be having a little bit of that flex of the misfortune to the mid lane that you suggested was a possibility.
Yeah, I don't think it's gonna happen because Zeri's also picked into Corki many times. So it's a global phenomenon, the mid lane Zeri, and I think it just goes super well into the Corki. I think that it's better to put a lot of pressure onto the bot lane. We have the Nasus hover. They watched LCK this morning apparently because it was played today by Keen. And it was really annoying to deal with for the enemy AD carries. I think they won the game as well. So could be an option. I mean, you need negative mechanics to play this champion, so it's a fit for Nanoware.
And in the end, it's the Gwen picked in. And I always see Gwen as this hyper weak side top laner rebel. You're playing into something like a Camille, and it's not just any Camille, it's Kiaya's Camille.
I really like Gwen as a champion, but I don't know that it fits in the draft. I actually really like the idea of the Nasus. We're in a meta where it's like, okay, we're seeing multiple marksmen, we're seeing multiple people. You can shred magic resistance with like Abyssal Mask combined with it. There's a lot of things you can do with like a tanky champion with a massive attack speed slow, so I would have liked it more. That being said, game number 1, I think they both need to get their thing together. So I'm going to say I think GAM has got this one to start with, but we'll see where they go from here.
Well, Rebel's prediction is GAM. We'd ask for Yulway's prediction, but technically he's a caster, so he can do that in a few moments' time. We're heading into game. Carrix, Yulway, take us away.
Carrix, you're muted.
Fuck!
Oh, it's a VCS English classic. Your way. It's been 5 years since we first cast together. Isn't that insane?
That is very insane. And it's still GAM, it's still Levi in front of us after 5 years. Can you believe that?
Yeah, we're still watching GAM go to finals, and these whippersnappers on our analyst desk saying, oh, all the classic VCS champs are gone, and then not 10 seconds later saying, oh, Shyvana's been popping up. You don't know your history. It's not in game 1, but if Shyvana's around, the VCS is around.
Oh yeah. Let's go into game number 1. This is finals time, and these two teams are the best teams in the league by far. They completely swept everyone aside. No one even stood a chance, and now we finally get to crown the champion, the last champion of the VCS. I think the best trophy in the world will go to one of these teams for one last time.
Yeah, exactly. Putting that final name on the shield that will be enshrined forever. Man, I get a little bit choked up just thinking about it. VCS has been a big part of our lives your way. But regardless, into game we go. It is Levi on this Zyra, Guri on the brand. Very powerful junglers for both pivotal members of their teams.
Yeah, I think Guri definitely prefers the Zyra, but as Rebel pointed out, he's a very good player of any AP jungler, so I think he's fine with the brand. He did play the brand yesterday as well, and he looked decent. He had a good game, so I think he's going to be alright. Let's see if Levi actually goes for some of the strategies that Guri went for in the series just last week, because he invaded very aggressively on the Zyra. He went and invaded Xinjiao. He invaded, I think, Viego as well, so Zyra definitely not the weak, frail support champion we used to see in like season 5, where she got one shot by LeBlanc every single game. No, she's actually one of the strongest early game champions, especially with her plants being able to control space, entrances of jungles. So I have my eyes on Levi here.
Yeah, but when you used to get one shot, you get to fire a cool little seed, and you can get a counter kill. As there is an early engage in the bot lane, EasyLove taking a lot of damage, has been ignited up. Shogun trying to land those Qs, but Elio doing a great job body blocking, and now they're going to turn it back around. Shogun so low, flipped back, and oh, it's disaster, as EasyLove has picked up first blood, and the stun onto B will mean he has to flash. GAM get off to a lead.
Perfect start for the side of GAM's bot lane. They are supposed to be the weak point. EasyLove is not supposed to be able to compete with the likes of Shogun. This is the one spot of the roster that everyone always says is weak or maybe attackable for other teams. But they start with a kill onto Shogun. The counter pick worked out perfectly.
Have a look at the replay here. It does start off well, but Elio with the body blocks is so clutch, blocking every Q.
And they just overextend, and there's so much damage from the rel, actually. Usually you just ignore the rel because this champion doesn't really deal much damage. But this early in the game, when she can just constantly auto-attack you, use her Q to heal and deal even more damage, break your armor as well. Oh, no time for that, not nowhere.
Yeah, is ignited up, but Guri here in time dealing a lot of damage to Levi. That is that brand diff. Kiaya did invest the ignite as well. Of course, no flash on this Camille, so Nunaway not in a good position because this wave is in a terrible spot. He's actually not going to back. I think this is correct. He has to try and fix this wave.
An interesting matchup. Usually we see the Gwen into tanks. She was picked into the Camille. Very risky and even more reinforcement for GAM.
I think they need to just look for a trade, but it's a lovely flash there from Elio. They just execute Guri. Nunaway should be able to get away. Nothing Levi can do, but that is a very valuable buff reset, and Guri will be steaming.
And that's bad for top lane, and it's even worse for the jungle matchup. First kill goes over to the Zyra. Look at her items. She just went for the pan boots instantly, so even faster in the jungle now. She doesn't need additional damage, really, to clear. Her plants just take care of that. So with additional movement speed, she can gank, she can come in from angles you don't expect her to come from. So this is a super promising start for GAM. And I have to say, Vikings, like yesterday actually, look a little nervous in the first 5 minutes of the game.
And you can't necessarily blame them. So many of these players, they're not new to this by any means, but it's still, you're going up against GAM in a best of 5 in the grand finals. Nerves are natural. We are only 5 minutes in. They need to sort it out. The one bright spot is Guri, despite dying, didn't have any camps coming up. He actually just resets to the side that was starting to respawn. So while obviously not good to die,
that's dangerous.
Shouldn't be too bad. Nunaway could be in trouble, but he is Gwen. If he gets another stitch, flashes forward, and he solo kills Kiaya your way.
Yeah, the hope comes from a spot we didn't expect it to come from at all. It's a solo kill for Nunaway against Kiaya of all people.
Can he get away from
Levi? Solo killed so many times.
Should be able to with a W. Yeah, lovely.
Yeah, nicely done. Yeah, Nunaway gets solo killed by Kiaya so many times in the semi-final or upper bracket final, and now he finally repays it. The counter pick is working out so nicely. I didn't really believe in this counter pick, the carry for Nunaway into a carry and a late game scaling side laner for Kiaya, but it seems like he knows this matchup, and that's a kill for the Gwen, kind of giving hope back to Vikings.
Yeah, that's a really big, and I think that's actually particularly important that, as you said, it is Nunaway that gets it. This person that looked like a bit of a liability. Let's have a look at the replay. It is just Kiaya taking a few too many snips.
Yeah, and I was super scared for Nunaway because if Kiaya hits level 6 here, Nunaway is 100% dead. But apparently Nunaway was very aware of the experience situation, and he does back off here while the Hextech protocol, the shield, I hope that's the correct name. But yeah, the shield was running, so he tried to back off, and then he re-engaged. But speaking of re-engage,
there is that level 6. Kuri does a lot of damage as he goes down. Traded back out immediately onto him. B, he's a squishy Alistair. Nunaway wants to come in from the side. Cardi flashing over the wall, trying to get onto Emo. Can't quite do it. That Levi ultimate, so good. They take down Cardi. B dives back in. Nunaway, you need to be the hero here. Doing a hell of a lot of damage. He needs to find more. Throws out another set of the ultimate. I don't think it's enough.
It's complete disaster for the side of Vikings, so close to killing all three of these people, and all three walk away living. And look at that, GAM also gets all the grubs. Oh, okay, one grub actually went over to Vikings, but 2 grubs is more than enough. They walk away with 2 kills on Zyra and 2 kills on Emo on the mid lane Zeri. So the game just exploded in GAM's favor. Out of nowhere, it's a 3k gold lead. How did this all get started? Looks like Emo was kind of baiting them, but then Kiaya over the top, and Guri, the flash just took Kiaya with him to the other side, and Guri, crucially, is not level 6. 6 would have been a huge spike there. Brent could have bounced between all the targets, but he's not 6. Levi does hit 6 here. I think Levi very aware of his current level or his experience bar, and just kills 1 minion, goes to 6, and then turns around the whole fight with a quick use of his ultimate. This is just sad. Nanoware doesn't have the damage to follow up. He doesn't have the movement speed to stick to Emo, I should say. So in the end, 5-2, 6-2 now in kills for GAM.
Yeah, disaster going from bad to worse here for the Vikings. Guri just being an uncharacteristic weakness here. 0-2 already. You can say that it's not really his fault necessarily, but sadly, he is the one paying the price. Going down 0-2, Levi getting very far ahead. Basically just a full set of pen boots ahead. And in this matchup, that is absolutely mission critical. Kiaya as well, benefiting. 4 assists picked up. The counter matchup is there. Nanoway looked good. He got that solo kill, but now you're a Sheen behind.
Yeah, and he always has to keep in mind that he's an Ignite down in terms of summoner spells, so he shouldn't overextend into this matchup, because Camille obviously can lock you down, and against Ignite Camille with ultimate running, you're probably dying. So yeah, Nanoway has to play it very carefully, wait for his opportunity, see if Kiaya oversteps again, and then maybe try to kill him again. But I think for now, top lane is just going to be a farming. Both top lanes are just going to scale and farm, try to get some items. And the action is probably going to center around mid lane as everyone makes their way towards the Zeri-Corki matchup.
Yeah, interestingly, we didn't see it earlier, but there has been a bit of a split in the early grubs. Vikings got 1, GAM did get 2, and now B moving up towards top side, but is spotted. A lot of damage dealt. Guri not going to be able to get anything done. Kiaya playing super defensively, seeing that support coming. Bit of wasted time.
Getting absolutely annihilated there. B desperately needs his ultimate, because without the ultimate we saw... Okay, Elio, we don't talk about that Q, but Levi can just one-shot him, essentially. So, yeah, I think B has to stay in the lane for a little bit longer. The grubs are already gone, so there's not really a reason to go towards top side. I think just laning 2v2 for a while, and at least getting to that crucial level 6 and ultimate point is advisable for the side of B. He's still level 5 now, but he's walking back to the bot lane.
Yeah, that said, Elio is, of course, also level 5, so there hasn't been a support gap opening up. That is something that often does matter. Vikings did also take a Drake a little while ago, so while things are not looking great for them, could be a lot worse, as Guri throwing out a hell of a lot of damage, but unfortunately it's 1v2. Levi, though, burning. The rockets not quite get a land. Cardi tried so hard. Emo, I don't know if that E was advisable, but Cardi doesn't want to go in.
Carti unfortunately there, so Emo actually saw his opportunity, because Carti had no spells to try and attack him on the clapback, but Levi walks away with 1 HP. We could definitely see the Brand being a potent and very strong burst jungler there, because he's so far behind. He's now 0-3 and still almost able to one-shot Levi with a combo. Levi, unfortunately for Guri, walks away. Yet another kill to the mid laner, and we have seen how Zeri can solo carry games, mostly actually in the hands of Carti, of all people. So this time they have to play against the Zeri, and this Zeri is 3-0 after just 11 minutes.
Yeah, that's a bit of a disaster. Let's have a look at the replay here, as it's just Guri caught out.
Yeah, we can see the ultimate bouncing there. 3 bounces on Levi, so almost perfectly played there from Guri, but still not able to kill him. Very unfortunate. And you have to think about the early game. If he got one of those early kills, maybe he would have had the money for 1 extra tomb or for 1 extra set of boots, and then that could have been enough to kill Levi there. So the advantage is snowballing fight after fight after fight.
Absolutely, and 3.5k down at 12 minutes is not where you want to be, but if Fnatic has taught us anything,
What?
it's still throwable.
Yeah, I think it's time to talk about Vikings' amazing... Oh, never mind. I think we have another huge clash brewing here in the jungle. But it seems like Viking just wanted to secure one more. I mean, the enemy team can still get to 4 grubs, so that's not really anything they accomplished there by denying one of the grubs. They will still get the buff, the crucial spawn of the grublings when hitting towers, so unfortunately Vikings not quite able to prevent that from happening, and extra pushing power now for the very strong assortment of side laners and even just pushing champions on the side of GAM will mean, yeah, this is going to scale nicely into the later stages of the game as well.
For sure, but you were starting to allude to something with Vikings. Maybe not the best time to talk about Vikings, but let's do it anyway.
Yeah, I mean, they've been super impressive in some of their macro decisions, especially game 1 yesterday. They did look shaky in game number 2 and game number 3, but game number 1 was so impressive where after 5 minutes of very equal exchanges everywhere on the map, they were actually a little bit behind in kills and pressure. They just started playing super smartly around the map. They rotated all their laners, they got tower after tower, they got all the neutral objectives, and in the end, they closed the game in 29 minutes. So this team, by far the best mid-game rotational macro I've seen in a very long time in the VCS. It's one of Hankei team's specialties. GAM actually got to a very high level as well last year. So maybe they can find a way to get out of this kind of slump in the early game, but it's definitely harder when the game is this far in the opponent's favor, because most of the time where you try to go 1-for-1 or just try to trade objectives, if the enemy team is already so far ahead and has items that you don't have, the trades are not going to be favorable and you're going to trade down. So let's see if Vikings can actually find a way to use their macro prowess here.
I want to ask you a question your way. What do we think about Bork first on Zeri and Bloodthirster first on MF?
So Bork versus Zeri is actually something we see almost every game now, especially in other leagues. I think Kati is one of the few Zeris who doesn't really like to do it. I think last week he shied away from that, tried to go more into late game, but most Zeris actually prefer this early game spike with the Blade because it makes him much better in 1v1 matchups against melee champs as well. She can kite, she can get a movement speed buff and just walk away if there's anything dangerous happening to her. So it's a very strong first item on the Zeri champion. The MF, I think, is just to counteract the poke against Shogun, right? If you stay in lane against Ezreal, you're gonna hit by a Q, and especially with the extra power of the Trinity Force. They stack up, right? If you don't have any healing on MF and you get hit by 2 Qs, you probably have to recall, so this is just to stay in lane longer to apply pressure onto the Ezreal.
There is actually a little bit of extra sauce with the Bloodthirster on MF. If you have the shield and you get hit, it doesn't turn off your strut, because you have to take health damage. Shield damage does not count, so she actually just has a little bit more runaway power. As it looks like GAM will be getting this Herald. Vikings doesn't look like they want to give it up, but I really don't think you have a choice here.
Yeah, it doesn't look like they can really re-enter the river there, because Levi with all his pressure is just a little too much to deal with. This first pick, Zyra, still in this series looks absolutely crucial. We talked about this last week as well. It was already the most important pick for Vikings last week, and it looks like Levi is able to play her to perfection too. Oh,
well, a lot of damage. Lovely turn there. They take out the Zeri. Guri's going to go down to the tower, but it's only an unassisted kill to Elio. Vikings fighting back.
Beautiful engagement there. I think there was an E-flash Q or something from the side of Guri. So perfectly done. Core Emo completely off guard, and they instantly pounce, and Shogun gets 2 kills. That's huge. Shogun may be the one hope they still have left. And they're still 3k gold down, but a little bit of gold into the back pocket of Shogun might be able to weather the mid-game storm. Look at that. Such a good stun there onto the Zeri, who had flash, but no time to react. Just perfect CC layering. And 2 kills to Shogun.
Yeah, lovely stuff. And as we said, was only the Rel picking up anything on the backside. Of course, on the top side of the map, Easy Love did pick up a tower, so this is a very accelerated MF. Was answered in kind, but we are perhaps brewing a little bit of a clash of the ADCs.
I mean, hopefully. We always want to see that. For now, I still have my eyes on Levi and how he's going to shape and control all the objectives, because we got a glimpse of the power of Zyra in the river, right? And it's only gonna get better when she has more items, more slows, more CC, and yeah, of course, the Dragon and the Baron, both in those spots. So I feel like Levi can still definitely put his mark onto this particular game. Let's see how he plays the next few minutes. The Dragon stacking actually hasn't really gone into GAM's favor too much. It's 1-for-1 on Dragons, so they can't play for an early soul, maybe as a win condition. So there's a little bit more time for the side of Vikings to slow down the game and try to weather the storm of the early game, I guess.
Yeah, big charge there onto the mid tower. GAM looking to crack this one open up the map, but so far the wave clear is good enough. That is going to become a problem. Vikings don't have incredible wave clear outside of Guri, who really doesn't want to be spending his spells like that. As soon as the brand spells are on cooldown, that is a short but still noticeable window to engage on him.
Yeah, and a quick check with the top laners, because those two can kind of influence the game in different ways. If one of them gets a huge advantage, we might see a little bit of a split push victory, but so far they seem very evenly matched. We have one item on both sides, the core item number 1. Okay, Kiaya is closer to his sustain item, and maybe he can actually try to fight Nanahue there, but I think after such a long time, the enemy top laner should also be sitting on quite a bit of gold, so I believe Nanahue is gonna recall and build at least a decent component here, and then hopefully the top lane matchup is gonna explode a little bit in the next few minutes, because I want to see some melee fighting in the top lane.
Yeah, Nanahue has taken a solo kill. We know that Kiaya doesn't take those lying down. I'm sure he wants to redeem it, even up that solo kill score. Dragon is started by Vikings, but full vision from GAM, and of course the Dragon kind of telling on them.
Yeah, very smartly done there, actually, from Aguri. Engaging the Dragon, but walking away to scout where the enemy team was approaching from. So nicely done. A little mechanic there with the vision provided for free by Dragon, but still no real way for Vikings to go into the river. It's just too scary into Rel, into Levi, and then also the follow-up ultimate from Easylev. It's just a little too much to risk at this point in the game, especially looking at only the second Dragon for GAM. So they back off. They're going to lose the bot tower as well. It's incremental advantages for GAM, but at this point Vikings is just trying to survive for long enough for them to make those advantages matter less.
Yeah, exactly. They've just got to weather the storm at this point. As you said before, the Dragon stacking has not gotten out of control. You still have at least 10 minutes before there's a threatened soul. That's enough time that maybe a 3 or a 4k gold lead matters a lot less. You just need to try and stop the bleeding. You need to keep trying to get whatever you can into Shogun, because I think he is going to be the great hope.
Yeah, but don't forget about Carty either, because look at the CS count.
True.
He has been trying to be a little bit of a chovy here. He's on 254 CS at 20 minutes. That's quite a lot. He has 2 items completed, and he went for an early cull as well, so extra acceleration there in his gold income. Maybe Carty can actually be the out again. This Corki dynamic between these two teams is so funny, because everyone knows everyone wants to pick Corki, and they actually started to preemptively counterpick the Corki. We saw Smolder early on. We saw now in this game the Zeri coming in immediately, but still the enemy team is still content to just play Corki, and honestly, after seeing these games and how big of an impact the Corki is having, I can't fault them. Yet another game where Corki has silently kind of powered up to a super strong late game threat.
Yeah, exactly. And it's so interesting as well, because Carty has been so incredible on this Zeri. So GAM is sort of put into a position of how do you actually deal with Carty? Carty as well, you know, he's very eager to get one over on GAM as he gets on top of Levi. Ooh, True Shot Barrage, I think, would have done it. But on the other side, Elio caught and taken down.
Yeah, Vikings actually fighting their way back, finding GAM members a little bit too far split apart. They had a little bit of a think about the Baron, but yeah, it's a bit too risky. They're too low, and the enemy team's strongest players are still alive, though Levi did have to use his ultimate, so now they do have a little bit of priority over the map, and hopefully they can break some of the towers. Okay, mid lane tower is actually already down, so I'm not sure if they can get any objectives here. B is in full vision, so Elio just thought he was stronger, and they thought they had the pick on Brand, but yeah, in the end, it's just, you're just playing with a single support there, and he's not tanky enough. And at the same time, B can just activate his ultimate to walk out there. He didn't actually use his ultimate at all, but what happened here?
Oh, it must have been a solo kill. We didn't see it. Yeah, Nunaway just has been caught out, and there's no escaping Kiaya. Hang on. Yeah, it was Kiaya winning it. Only just. Ignite really being a clutch factor there. But 1-1 on these top lane solo kills.
Okay, was TP stopped, Ignite invested from Kiaya. Yeah, there's definitely a huge difference between Ignite and no Ignite, because Nunaway would have straight up won that fight with Ignite on his side. So I think later on in the game, this champion might be able to actually outpace Kiaya and DPS. And if that's the case, if the top lane starts winning, then Vikings can actually play a much more diverse game. They don't have to group all the time. They can actually spread out into side lanes and just clear waves on one side with Corki, and on the other side apply some pressure with a little bit of a hidden Alistar maybe. B can just roam around and try to look for kills with Nanoware. So I think there's a little bit of hope still left for Vikings, even though they're almost 5k gold down.
Yeah, look, this is one of the best looking 4K deficit teams I've seen in a long time. Really doing everything they can. Kiaya is such a hard target, that hookshot wall dive, able to get him so far away. Guri unable to find anything there. Still trying to desperately get his mark back on the game. Does have that Liandry, so getting tagged at all is going to be very, very sad. But the same can be said for Levi, Liandry's, and Rylai's. The zone control is online.
Yeah, now we actually have to think about what team fights will look like later on. We already saw Elio being a little bit over-eager with engaging, and he is kind of the only tanky member. Okay, there are some deceptively tanky champions like Zyra, who can build into Zhonya's maybe later and buy a little bit of time, but she's not great at engaging. She's more of a counter-engage, more of a disengaged champion. So if you just look at GAM, their engage is very telegraphed and very hard-force kind of style, especially when you consider Kiaya coming in and trying to force the enemy team into a fight. So it's very easy for GAM to actually underestimate the enemy team's damage and maybe overreach. So I think Vikings, if they play defensively and they just try to... Okay, this is not playing it defensively, but...
they know they've seen it. There was a zombie ward in the pit.
Yeah, enemy team is on Dragon, and they know this, so GAM now disengage from the Dragon, and they're already halfway here. Guri is super low. He tanked too much damage.
Bullet time doesn't do much. Only onto an ulting B. Takes him down to about half. Nunaway has that engage angle ready, but here comes Kiaya. Basically just one-shots Guri into the backside. Goes B, but they cut him out well. Not well enough, as the Vikings are getting destroyed. They just got a little bit too big for their britches, and 4 of them have been cleaned up.
Well, they did the exact opposite of what I wanted them to do. I wanted them to be defensive, wait for GAM to overreach. Instead, they just offered themselves in the open field where the enemy team could come from multiple angles. They split themselves up into multiple different groups. Nunaway was completely useless on the sideline there because he's not tanky enough to go in 1v3. And yeah, GAM just collected kill after kill after kill, and there wasn't really much of a fight back from Vikings because their composition doesn't work when they're split up into different angles. So now GAM really opens up game number 1. It looks like their blue side strategy worked out perfectly in game number 1. First pick Zyra into very, very strong early game with good ganks assisted by Elio. And yeah, now with all the objectives to their name, they have really opened up an almost insurmountable lead.
Now there is, we'll watch this replay, but then we'll go into the terrifying prospect. It was just Vikings. You just can't fight like this.
Yeah, look at Guri's HP. He's essentially out of the fight already. Shogun forced to kite down while the enemy, the other side of his squishy team members have to kite to the left. So now those two are separated. You need Shogun and Kati to damage Kiaya if he dives into the backline together to punish Kiaya, because in a 1v1, obviously the Camille is gonna win against the Corki. So yeah, they did everything horribly wrong, and I think it was a little bit of a panic decision there to go to the Baron, ill-advised and punished heavily.
Speaking of punished, Nunaway has been claimed as we come out of the replay. Game 1, perhaps just all over, but the crying. But we have a long series ahead of us. Everyone in our production team did pick a 3-2, so it's not like we weren't expecting GAM to get some games your way. The nightmare scenario, though, is that GAM, presumably, go over to red side. Asguri, hang on, has to try and find his way out, but it doesn't exist. GAM goes over to red side. They ban Zyra.
They did the last time. Okay, there's a little bit of a last stand for Vikings maybe, with Kati on level 16, but it doesn't really look possible. Yeah, the last series was actually dominated by GAM on red side and trying to ban away the Zyra, and then also following up with an Ezreal early pick, so Shogun couldn't play the Ezreal. Now they just beat the Ezreal, or once this game is over. So maybe they're more likely to leave the Ezreal open this time around. They were very careful not to let Shogun have his most played champion. But let's see what their strategy is. Vikings could always just choose to go back to red side as well if they wanted to. They can ban the Zyra if they think it's too much of a threat, or trade again. So there's a lot to discuss for the pick and bans, but for the rest of this game, it's just a little bit of an Hail Mary after Hail Mary for Vikings. Maybe they can find a way back into the game, but it doesn't look likely.
Yeah, look, it's a tricky situation. This is something that you'd hope the coaching staff have prepped them for. GAM always comes out swinging in these situations. They come out so strong. Their game ones are often incredibly good. As Guri caught again, there's just nothing that can really be done. This is all over but the crying. You've just got to stay prepped. Hunkei's got to rally the boys, SOFM, get behind the scenes and just be like, look, it's just game one. It's just game one. You got 4 more to beat them in.
I mean, they did come back after losing game 1 in the series last week as well. Okay, they didn't win the series, but they still equalized to 2-2, so definitely a resilient team. Unfortunately, we've seen this kind of pattern a few times, so it is also possible GAM runs away with this series. Obviously, we don't want that, but we have to acknowledge the possibility, because they have done this kind of thing in the past, where they play a very close series in the upper bracket final and then completely stomp the grand finals. These players on GAM sides, they are experienced, they are veterans, all 5 of them. Okay, Emo maybe not so much, but the other 4, and they know how to deal with pressure. And I think we could definitely see some nerves, some jitters on the side of Vikings on the stage. And I don't think we've seen anything of the like for GAM in this game. Maybe apart from Kiaya's getting a solo kill very early on in the game, but honestly, that can happen in this kind of matchup to anyone. So I feel like GAM has played a really strong game, and Vikings maybe still a little bit rusty, still a little bit nervous on the stage, and hopefully after game number 1 they can find their way into the series and play with a little bit more confidence. They were the best team in the regular season, by far actually the best win rate. They won against GAM in a series in a best of 3. Okay, they lost the other one 1-2, but still by far the best game score in the whole league. So I expect them to show a little bit more in this finals still.
100%. Never count them out after just game 1. If we ended the series after game 1's, league would look very different through its history. As GAM are just, they're just going through the motions. They're going to close this one out. Right, don't give Vikings any way back in. I assume they're just going to wait about a minute, push their vision line up, take this Baron, and that should be it for the game. But your way, I have to say, we've seen GAM start series really strong before. I seem to remember them winning game 1s against Flash.
Oh yeah. I mean, they won a lot of games against Flash and then ended up losing the series, but that is 4 years ago.
But we were hearing your way.
It hasn't happened in a while.
It hasn't. Oh, good engage there from Elio, finding his way in. Cardi actually playing Bouncer really well, but the bullet time is lovely. 1 for 1 at the moment. Oh my word! Oh, Shogun has been decapitated. Nanoe doing his absolute best in the backside, but there is just no hope. Game 1 has been over for a while. This is merely the burial, as GAM will take themselves up to a commanding 1-0 lead. Looking lovely here as they strive to put that final exclamation mark on an incredible journey in the VCS.
And this was now the 6th game these two teams have played against each other in the players, and this was by far the most dominant win for GAM. Second fastest game of these 6 so far, and the most dominant by GAM for sure. There was barely any question about the who would win this game, especially after some of the early fights going GAM's way. But I still hold out hope that Vikings can find a way back into this, because it's grand finals time. There's a lot on the line here, and they have been the best team. So hopefully they find a way backstage to regroup and play a little bit of a better early game, especially.
Hopefully, but we will be going to just a short little break. Don't go anywhere. VCS English will be back with more VCS action to close out a long and storied history.
I just want you by my side in this moment in time. Feels I'm crossing a line. I'm not looking to set things right. this tear I cry falls like healing rain, softly soothes my pain. This surrender, it feels like I kiss the feathers of a hummingbird in flight, breaking up into a million specks of light. Take the shape of an angel in the night, carry you to peaceful fields. My home is my skin, and in the world of within, all I have is my love for you. If I conceal my fear, will I be in the clear? Or am I giving life to phantom pain? 'Cause it's playing out every note in the score. I surrender once more, but as my tears fall, they still kiss the feathers of a hummingbird in flight, breaking up into a million specks of light. Take the shape of an angel in the night, carry you to peaceful fields. Grant me one wish, send me one more kiss on the whispering wind.
Hey there, I'm
Hello, Spoons! Now, we've just seen something amazing and something bad. The amazing thing was that our producer accidentally put his face on the broadcast. The other amazing thing is that Marby's joining us. The annoying thing, though, is I've been lied to! I was told that we were going to get a banger 5-game series and then GAM going to stop game 1. I'm upset. Marby?
It's
Are
only
you
game
upset?
1. It's only game 1. There's still time. There's chance to turn it around. There's always the chance for the game 5 fiddlesticks. It can always happen.
True.
However, yeah, that was a schlacken.
Have you not been on this desk at all? What did I?
No.
What was the first thing that happened on this desk?
I wasn't here. Carrick was there.
Oh, surprise. Yeah, our first video of the day was our producer saying hi to everybody and telling everybody how it is and how we're going to be very, very remiss that this is probably one of the last, if not the last, VCS English series of all time. Number 2, I leaked the script to you. I told you what was going to happen, and you didn't listen to me. I told you what was going to happen, and you don't listen.
I just got
Marby,
here.
Marby, am I crazy? But were we meant to listen to Rebel?
I haven't listened to Rebel in like 3 years. So.
I have to listen.
Like
to you.
when he arrived, I was like, "Oh, this guy seems to know stuff," and then it's Rebel.
Yeah. He talked so much facts. He was spitting so much facts that we're just like, nah, there's too much facts for us. We're just going to ignore him.
He's too smart. This is the VCS. We need to be stupid here. That's why we have
me.
The prediction that was made is that GAM would have 18 minutes of game time before Ego came in and substituted for Guri and then reverse swept GAM here. That was the prediction.
So
there's nothing but stupidity.
Just to check, according to your prediction of the 18 minutes for 2 games, in how many minutes do GAM need to win game 2?
I think -12. That's a par for the course. I think GAM can hit that timing.
Yeah.
Honestly, this game was a little slower than I think it needed to be. I think they could have pressed the gas a lot harder. They were at no point did it seem like Vikings had a bearing on what to do in the game. They did wrestle for one of the dragons. That was pretty cool. I liked that. They gave up like 12 consecutive dragons or something in the last series that they played. So the fact that they didn't That's good. That's a good start. That's a good way to be. Let's start there, and then we'll work towards maybe winning a game. Let's start with that for the Vikings.
Now, I've been hearing a lot of talk, Marby, and one of the things that I heard, because I hadn't seen any of the games coming into this series, was new top laner for Viking Esports, Nanawe, rookie, not very good. I saw that game, and I'm taking nothing from that game other than the fact that Nanawe solo killed Kiaya.
I think from what I've watched, Nanwe, he seems alright. He seems pretty good.
Okay.
I mean, he is up against Kiaya. However, I think the problem is Gwen didn't provide anything to this composition. Like, looking down the list, you only really have Alistair as sort of your frontline hard engage, and because Gwen has a very weak early game, isn't really a threat that can thrive on low income. Kiai was just able to leave the lane first frequently and just make plays onto Guri, onto Cardi, and that just collapsed the whole game.
Rebel, you're smiling like a maniac, which leads me to think that you've got something to say.
What? I'm not smiling like anything.
Oh, okay, fair.
Like a maniac is his default position. It's the
I
default
am a
position of anyone who's
Very true.
cursed enough to watch at this region.
That's true. Especially our
So-
stream of this.
Yeah.
How's stream's the best stream of the region? What are you talking about?
I didn't say that.
Fair enough. So going on to a more analytical point, what do you two want to see happening in game 2? I think the vibe that I've already got is no Gwen. Any other changes that you'd like, Rebel?
Biggest thing for Vikings, again, they started into it at the beginning, which is that they wanted to fight back on neutral control, but they seemed to lose their mind out of nowhere. Again, in their 5-game series against them, they went 40-plus minutes 3 times. They went 30-plus minutes in the other 2 games. So they had one of the longer best of 5s I think I've ever had to witness in my entire life. But the big thing there was that they slowed down a lot of the pacing of the game. Even when they were down objectives, they weren't yielding a whole bunch. They weren't playing for these hyper-aggressive plays. They weren't overextending themselves. This game was exactly the opposite. For some reason, they were giving away boneheaded kills. They're over-engaging. They're spread thin. They weren't team-fighting properly. Felt like every mistake Vikings, like everything they were doing good in their previous series, they're doing bad in this game. So they need to recenter themselves. Again, I think Yolway hit the nail on the head. They seemed nervous, and they seemed a little scatterbrained today. And so I want to see them, again, center, zen. Let's get it back together. Let's clutch up for game 2, and let's put one on the board so that we can prove that they deserve to be here.
I think generally, if you're nervous, the 2 ways you can go about it are either go for a full scale comp, which is more or less what Vikings did here, or you can just try and make it as solo queue as possible. So just get that early aggression going. You've tried the first one, that didn't really work. I wouldn't mind seeing a bit more early aggression, maybe a more aggressive top laner, the Renekton, if it's available, for Nanwe, and then just try and play into that. Or just try and it needs to be a mental thing. Whoever's in charge. B is normally known as sort of an IGL, so he needs to just try and calm people down. He's got the most veteran presence on this team.
Now, I was giggling a little bit to myself because when you said when you're nervous, there's a couple of things you could do. Just one of the things that crossed my mind was just go home, just leave Viking Esports and leave the stadium. Sorry, guys, we're out. Hopefully they don't do that. But it does lead me to one of the points, which is talking about the nerves. We saw them playing against GAM earlier on in the bracket, and they played fine, right? They had that 3-2 series Rebel where they performed very well. Do you think this is just a case of, yes, we're playing against GAM. We played against them earlier on in the bracket. We played against them in regular season. But now it's finals. Now there's a much bigger audience watching. You're on a massive stage as well. Does it just add that little something extra, and that's causing them just to go mental boom?
I think I don't know that they were perfectly prepared for what GAM came out with. I don't know that they were expecting GAM to leave up Zyra, and then they obviously didn't plan on banning it for some reason. I'm not sure why they didn't, because Zyra was super influential. I don't know that they were expecting a Misfortune super early in that draft, which took an early kill, and it kind of hampered the ability of the bot lane to do a bunch. Not to say that the game didn't turn out okay, because Shogun had a decent performance for the next 10 minutes, but again, you were not expecting the early laning phase to not have some kind of bones to it for easy love, which isn't something you expect against somebody like Shogun. In every other game, they weren't losing early. They were almost always in the driver's seat most of the time in those games. So in that case, I think GAM actually made more adaptations to the series and were able to kind of course correct a little bit better than what Vikings were prepared for in game number 1.
I think the other thing as well that I saw, Marby, is not GAM. Vikings had some aggressive laners, and they all kind of died at the start in trades, which I don't know if that's a case of they shouldn't have gone for those trades, or they just messed up those trades and then downhill from there.
I mean, aggressing level 1 is like, especially in the bot lane, Ezreal, Alistair. Ezreal's got a strong level 1. Alistair negates that entirely.
Yeah.
You can't engage. Like, Alistair doesn't become a real champ, like, doesn't become a functional champion until at least 2, 3. But he doesn't become a real champion until he has his ult. So, if you're going for an Alistair lane, you want to play that as bouncer. You want to play that as pretty much safe. Get out on the map. Let Ezreal farm from solo farm because he's really good at doing that. Yeah, I think it's just a slight mismatch of playstyle to comp when it comes to that. Because there's the composition can function, but it just needs to sit down and just wait for the late.
Sit down, wait for late. I like the sound of that. To be honest, Rebel, you mentioned how long the games were when these two teams faced off in round 3 of playoffs. I like the sound of 40, 30-minute games, right? I've always been a big fan. This is kind of my controversial league opinion. I love Azir Corki meta. I like it when teams scale for ages, nothing happens. I can go make myself some food during the game, come back, sit down, and then enjoy the bloodbath that happens at about 35 minutes into the game.
So you're really keen for lane swaps to come back, so the game only starts 20 minutes later. So you have all that time to get the cup of tea.
Was there a question embedded in there somewhere, or
were you just I don't think so.
Were you just yapping?
that was the fun part. You've got to find a question in there. You couldn't find it. That's terrible.
My answer is that there isn't a question in there. Do you want to ask a question?
I mean, we've got Corki. No. It's also a different Corki, so it's a complete mess. ADCs are just how it is. You could play mage if you wanted to, just try and run a more standard composition. But then you have to find a mage that can survive an AD carry or invest heavily into mid lane AD carry bans, and I don't think you want to do that.
So, Rebel, to actually pose a direct question to you, never mind, you don't get the question because we're heading into victim ban. If you remind me after the game, and I remember the question, I'll ask you.
Why did you highlight the word direct? There was not even an indirect question. You just said a statement. There was nothing.
Okay, Rebel, well, to ask you a question.
To riff with you.
No, Rebel, shut
so
up. I'm going to ask the question now. Do you think Vikings should be going for a scaling comp? Do you think that is what their strength is, and that they should be playing to scale rather than taking something that is early oriented?
I think they did fine when they were working towards scaling compositions a little bit earlier. I mean, they had the fastest win. They had like a 30-minute win or something like that, but they definitely took a 41-minute victory against the side of GAM. They've got good team fight. In my standing opinion, I think if you were to play longevity, eventually Kadi just ends up being better at teamfighting than Emo. Not to say Emo's not amazing. He's had an amazing split on his lonesome. And I would also trust Shogun's teamfighting more than I would trust Easylove's teamfighting. I think Levi and Kiaya are the terrifying ones. And going back, those are the two that I'm examining that, like, especially in like the last few games, really tore the roof off of everything. It was Kiaya's ability to contribute so much more to teamfights than Nanaue when he gets put in the bucket. So
Okay, well, we have had 3 bans from both sides. We've seen that Smolder being banned, and
that's a slam dunk.
Let's go, Shyvana in. Character is going to be absolutely popping off right now. You know what? Let's not talk about the Shyvana because I'm sure Character will be way too excited to talk about this when we get into game.
Okay. I want to just jump off Rebel's point that Shogun is a better team fighter than Easylove and look to their bans and say they've done it. They've taken away the 2 easiest team fighters for Easylove to work off. The brain off of MF and Smolder. Smolder, you just eventually become overpowered. MF, you just have to figure out when to press one button. But yeah, and then you've just got power picks being removed on the side of GAM. So I'm pretty happy with the side of draft. And if this is a mid-Zeri, this is just this is a very hard mid lane mid jungle to catch, especially with a Shyvana.
I like this ahead of time. Jax is one of Nanoe's better champions. It's funny, if you talk about VCS rookies and which ones are good at Jax, that doesn't limit the pool. Like, they're all good at Jax, apparently. But Nanoe specifically had some of his better games on Jax. I think they were terrified of leaving it up in fear that Kiaya would take it, because Kiaya is also an amazing Jax pick. Nanoe is getting a preference pick here so that he doesn't have to... They're putting trust in him. After last game, maybe he built some up.
Well, we've seen the Cassante being hovered. Now, that Jax as well did get banned in game 1 by the side of GAM, and we do still as well, Marby, have the flexibility of the Zeri. We could see it going into the mid lane against Corki, where it has been really good. We could also still see it going into the hands of Easy Love.
Yeah, Easy Love has been a bit of a Zeri merchant in time, so that is still an option. I'm just used to seeing it mid a lot more in the recent year, but there's still a lot of time. We're waiting for the second round of bans, but we see the top sides most likely for both teams, and I'm just gonna have to put a microscope on Fury. I do not know what this Shyvana does with these lanes. Doesn't really farm faster than Lilia. I thought maybe you could see there was some kind of spicy flex to the top lane you could have kept, but no, I don't understand. It's just a strange pick this early in the draft. But we see Poppy banned, which is a very good ban against what Vikings already has, and Ziggs being taken off the board to remove a bot lane AP threat. The bot lane AP threat, more than anything.
One of Shogun's better champions too. He was amazing on it. Did either of you catch the series yesterday at all?
No, I was working.
That's fair. No, nothing. Game 3, we had probably the most maniac Poppy support game I've ever seen in my entire life. It was awesome. They substituted out Hugh, and they had a rookie come in who had never played a game before, and he actually was just a psychopath on Poppy. And it was amazing to watch, but it did nothing after 15 minutes. But figured I'd throw that anecdote out there for anybody who was watching yesterday. A lot of bot lane bans too. I wonder what Shogun dips to at this point, because there's like, what is even left? Like, there's like Kai'Sa that's going to be left as well. Do you go to something aggressive? Do you go to I guess Ezreal was still available, but I was, I mean, now everything cleared out, right?
If you want to, I think if you want to go Kai'Sa for a little bit more AP damage, but you could just try and go hyper aggressive. But countered by the Karma, it's going to be an interesting bot lane.
No.
Oh, Bard.
No, Elio Bard. No.
Lisa Bard, come on.
No.
I
love Bard. Bard. He's my favorite character. Please, no, Elio Bard. Yes, I like that better.
That's even worse.
No, it's not.
I really hope this Bard gets locked in by Elu, just because I want to hear why Rebel's going so crazy, and it is locked in Rebel. Explain your hatred.
I mean, Elio had a pretty famous history of not being able to play anything except Leona. We've seen him play like countless characters. This season, obviously, he's played quite a bit better, so like we can't smash it. But way back in the day, the Enchanter play was not the best.
I think you're failing to remember. This is Lisa Lisa. He could only play Bard back then.
Well, is that good only because it's the only champion he knew how to spell, or
possibly?
Okay,
we've had number of characters in his name.
Right, I'm going to interrupt you two. We've heard both sides of the Bard argument. Very quickly, 10 seconds each. Who's going to win game 2?
I'm on Viking side.
I'm hoping Viking wins, but I think the Shyvana's going to lose it for them.
Rebel?
Yeah, I'm on Viking side. I actually really like the aggressive bot lane. I think that's going to change the meta here, and that's going to end up being the norm for the rest of the series.
Love to hear it, guys. We're going to be throwing to Yulway and Carrix once again for game number 2 of the VCS Finals.
Once again, our analysts, except for Marby, need a history lesson to send to esports Lisa. Lisa was tearing us apart by only picking Bard and only being good at Bard. Every time it got banned, he ran it down. It's your way, they're picking the narratives.
I mean, it's just perfection, though. We have Shyvana first pick against Levi because it's his most played champion, and this is maybe his one of his most famous champions, and then Levi answering with a Lilia himself, the champion he famously refused to play when she was Giga Ultra broken and won a championship over it because Ego just picked up Lilia and reverse swept Levi with it. So yeah, it's all the narratives they're writing themselves. And then we have mid lane where it's just Quark against Zeri again. So hopefully we see a little bit more of an interesting matchup in the mid lane later on in the series as well. But yeah, there's so much to look out for. I think the bot here, well, last game they actually got an early solo kill in bot lane. That shouldn't happen. If that happens again, Shogun and B are in big trouble and probably getting yelled at by SOFM because they shouldn't be losing to Ezreal bot early on, though they are very strong level 1. So maybe level 1 something could happen, but later on, the combination of these two champions should definitely give them an advantage in lane. So yeah, I'm very interested to see what happens in bot lane early on. And if Leo leaves EasyLev alone, EasyLev didn't go teleport, so it's not immediately kind of looking like it is 1v2 lane, because most of the time you would go teleport. So yeah, it looks like they're gearing up to 2v2 like crazy.
Yeah, Vikings already taking a very strong posture. Of course, level 1 Renata, really no joke. That E at level 1 is a very, very versatile spell. Okay, nice little dash there, away from Nanaway. But I really do want to keep talking about the bot lane. Shogun has gone to this Kalista when the night was at its darkest. So many times he goes to the Kalista, they play an aggressive bot lane, and this is after all the Ziggs and Ezreal. This is Shogun slamming his fist on the table and saying, "No, I'm the best player on the Rift right now. Give me something."
Yeah, it's interesting to see them change the way they want to play this game. The Caitlyn was banned. I was actually screaming for Caitlyn until I noticed that Caitlyn was banned second rotation, because I think Caitlyn, as I pointed out earlier in the draft of game number 1, that was the only game Vikings was able to win in just 30 minutes with a very dominant bot lane and Caitlyn Lux performance. So GAM with another really good read there, banning away the Caitlyn. And I think Kalista is just trying to do the same with a little bit of a different scaling approach and maybe a little bit more aggressive team fighting. But yeah, they looked at their game in the upper bracket final and thought, okay, our best game was by far when we dominated through bot lane, so let's try to enable that as much as possible again.
Yeah, 100%. You can see they're getting this early crash, really trying to pressure EasyLev, making it so that Elio can't even think about leaving lane. Of course, we'll be a bit early to do that regardless, but this Bard will want to roam. This is a roaming pick, and Kalista Renata is just not going to let it happen.
Yeah, I'm still a little bit confused about the Bard. Let's think about his kind of use in team fights. There isn't really an obvious champion he's stopping in team fights, I think, unless Yeah, I'm not sure if she can hit Shyvana. Shyvana's quite fast, so yeah, it's not a situation where Bard has a super easy target because everything else is very mobile. They don't have an Ashe ADC or something of the like. So yeah, I'm a little bit confused. It's probably just for the 2v2 prowess, which is a reason to pick Bard that we don't really see all too often. Most of the time, he's just there to change certain things in the entire map and enable gank pathing and stuff like that. So yeah, let's see what Lisa, formerly Lisa, now Elio, can do. I'm a little bit confused by the Bard pick, but also intrigued. So yeah, let's see what happens.
It may well just be a confidence pick. You know, you're up 1-0. You took a very dominant game 1, going back to an old favorite. There's a lot of merit to it.
Yeah, true.
You had such success on the roaming as well, on Rel, who is not a bad roamer, but is not really, set up by the game to roam, whereas Bard absolutely is. Can just be doubling down on the strategy, maybe not expecting the Kalista Renata, such an aggressive lane, to come in. And good dodging
so far,
there by
Easy. Are pretty even in bot lane. There's a little bit of a pushing advantage going on for Shogun and B, but nothing really to write home about. A very comfortable laning so far for GAM, and that's not what Shogun wants to see. So yeah, it's going well for the GAM bot lane so far, just a slight disadvantage in CS. But on the other side, the top lane actually, so far, every time we glimpse at the top lane matchup, it looks like Nanaway is on top of this one. So a little bit of a change of pace, especially compared to last week, where Nanaway just got stomped over and over again in lane by Kiaya. So that's that's very nice to see. Huge step up from the rookie.
Yeah, Nanaway did also back earlier and got a cheetah recall off, so he's coming back with a full hammer in his inventory. So it does have a pretty significant stat advantage over Kiaya. Should be able to break this little mini freeze that Kiaya has set up, get that bouncing off the tower, and should be in a good position in, while not a counter matchup, should be a matchup where Nanaway is calling the shots, as Levi is taking a lot of damage. Cardi dancing away from the swirl seat, doing well there.
Carti played that perfectly. I think Carti just won the dragon. Just Carti alone, because he just dodged everything. He put way too much pressure on Levi. Levi couldn't retaliate. So now Guri on the Shyvana. Dragon number 1 is a huge deal, especially if you get it for almost free. So yeah, okay, they're trading the grubs now. Very nice adaptation from Levi. He just went straight to the grubs. But that's honestly a trade I think both teams are fine with. The Shyvana team gets the dragon. The other team gets the early grubs.
We get a steal on one of them?
Levi very unlikely against Smite. Yeah, I think this is almost impossible to steal. But Nanaway didn't get the memo.
Nanaway goes down, but B also stole the grub.
Wait, he did?
Yes.
Okay, well, both teams fumbling a bit in the execution there, but the Nanaway dead is really inexcusable in my opinion, because he had full knowledge of what was going on just beneath this lane. They literally had vision on the top side river, and Nanaway still overextended and went into his death for no reason whatsoever. Like, you know they're on top of the grubs, Nanaway. Just back off. What are you doing?
Yeah, just over-aggressive here. Nanaway completely misreading the situation and gets cut down by Kiaya.
Okay, we need a slow-mo replay of how Levi was able to give out this grab. He had Smite available. If he saw a projector, he could have just smoked the... What?
I think maybe there was a spectator bug with Smite, because it was on 200 health standing in front of him. Like, just Smite it! But regardless, it is only a consolation prize for Vikings, at least on the top side. Of course, as we were saying, that first dragon for the Shyvana is massive for Guri. Guri needing to bounce back after a pretty average game 1. Oh no, they're abusing Nanaway. Levi will be able to put him to sleep. Flashes at the last moment. Watch out, Eep! Can Kiaya find the follow-up? I don't think Nanaway is going anywhere. Taken down.
This reminds me very much of game number 1 in the upper bracket final, where they doubled down on the top lane and Nanaway in a really bad position now. The only saving grace, I guess, is that the enemy top lane is just a Cassante, so maybe not the worst champion to feed, but then again, your ADC is a Kalista, so she doesn't appreciate a tanky Cassante. Guri has ultimate, so there's no way he dies here. He doesn't really want to spend his ultimate though, and yeah, with a little bit of reinforcement from B, it looks like Guri, even after losing half his HP, he still wants this prize. He still wants the blue buff.
Yeah, it is an ultimateless Levi, but they're not going to play with it. With Guri having taken that damage, they are just going to back off. Guri just not wanting to lose the game, potentially over a blue buff, and I have to give him some credit for that one. Many VCS junglers would not have made similar decision.
Yeah, the game has calmed down a little bit. Top lane definitely in favor now of GAM and Kiaya especially, but I think Guri is just eyeing everything on the bot side. He wants to snowball those dragons. And Shyvana, especially this build, it's not the old full AP Shyvana, it's more of a bruiser kind of hybrid Shyvana. She gets quite tanky, especially if she collects like 4 dragons. That's 20 extra resistances. Shogun, can he live?
Yeah.
He gets hit by the swirl
reset's
seed.
too late. Yeah, the reset won't come in. It is a trade out. Both ADCs down.
Well, really nice awareness there from Levi. Quickly collected a kill. It's still, I think, a positive play overall for Vikings because they deny a whole wave of experience and farm from Easy Love. But yeah, the kill going over to Levi accelerates him and is especially important for the dragon fight coming up in 2 minutes. Just a very nice play, spotting Easy Love alone under the tower. And this is this can also backfire if you hit, if you just have Bard roaming, getting his chimes a little too frequently, then your ADC can be a little bit exposed. But in the end, a 1-for-1, definitely still a good trade.
Can I ask you a question about that replay?
Yep.
What did Shogun cleanse? Because he pressed it.
Yeah, good question. Not entirely sure.
I think he tried to press heal there your way.
Yeah, that might be true, yeah. I think...
B is caught out, tries to flash away, but it's not going to work out. There's the hostile takeover. Not quite enough damage to get a reset, but now Levi could be in trouble. Guri is in so much trouble. Good flash over the long wall. Kati Wing away as well. Can they find anything onto him? Good little bit of damage back. But that will be GAM picking up the kill onto B. Bit of poke. Shogun's lurking. Maybe this stops them going for the grubs. But Guri
does
going to the other side of the map.
Now, but he's low on HP. Can he make his way over there?
No, they'll go for Dragon here. They're fine trading this for a second Dragon for Shyvana.
Maybe. I mean, losing 5 grubs is not great, but it looks like Shyvana actually is trying to get there. 4 grubs is more than enough for GAM, though, so still a huge win for the side of GAM. Yet again, just a little bit overwhelming in their team fighting, and just pouncing on the enemy team when they're not really ready for it. As you can see, B is just clearing wards in his own jungle. He doesn't think there's anything to be scared about. He's level 6 as well, and suddenly 3 members on top of him. There's the Bard, perfect on the ultimate there. And yeah, the support goes down after actually quite a bit of time because of all the things with the shields and his W running on. But yeah, if Guri has his ultimate, maybe they can turn on Levi, but unfortunately Shyvana without ultimate, kind of useless.
Yeah, unfortunate there, but Guri has managed to redeploy to the Dragon. Should be able to get this smite down, has the ultimate as well. B, I think, is just going to be sacrificed. That is the price you pay for a second stack of your Shyvana passive. Kati could be in trouble, but has flash. Yeah, bearing down from the side. B flash forward, but can't stop the back step. Over the wall goes the Zeri. Emo taking damage. Nunaway playing a lovely bouncer. Bard ult is there, but Guri is set up. Lovely timing there by Kati. This could be a real disaster here for GAM. Kiai has to come in late to this fight. Oh, but the triumph is so good. And Emo will get 2 on the backside.
And I think the more chaos, the better for GAM. We've seen this now in 2 games back-to-back. Vikings just not ready for these early skirmishes. I think they would much appreciate if the game were a little bit slower, but they need to actually do something to force this kind of playstyle, because they're too willingly entering into these skirmish situations when they are the inferior team when it comes to those early clashes. So I think Vikings really has to have a hard look at how they're playing these early games, because they are so good at rotating around the map and reading the map state, but they don't really seem to be amazing at reading when to skirmish and when to fight. Emo a little bit overstepped there, but it's just not enough damage on these 3 champions. Nunaway no mana, Kati very low on HP, and he's not level 11, so Guri really shouldn't have gone back in. Nunaway flashes, and then Kiaya is there as well, so just all of these things, they look a little bit panicked to me. They look like Vikings, they're screaming, we have to fight back, but actually they should not fight back. They should try to disengage and just play the game a little bit more controlled, a little bit more slowly.
Ooh, up on the top side, we do have a bit of a play onto Emo, but Zeri always able to escape. Could be a Herald here for Vikings, though.
It would be nice to get a little bit of respite from all the pressure for GAM's top side. So, yeah, maybe they can get this Herald and then break a mid lane tower to get even more priority over the Dragon. They do have the 2 dragons to their name, so that's probably the way they want to play this game. And honestly, the gold is even. So even though they've been bleeding kills, they're 5 kills down, they've been able to stabilize at least the gold income. And with some of the kills going to maybe not the highest priority targets, the gold income might actually be favorable for the side of Viking in the long run. So, especially with the likes of Kati, once again, farming up a storm.
Yeah, look, Kati's got a lot of weight on his back. He needs to go big. Wasn't really able to do it in game 1. Not really his fault. It was a pretty total collapse from the rest of Vikings. This time, things are much more even. He is very strong on this core. He has that Triforce, has that tier ticking up. Should be able to get Manamune soon-ish. Probably, if he can get that before the 3rd Dragon, I think that would be a massive break point.
Okay, this is a great opportunity to break mid lane tower. Easy left chunk to less than half HP. They instantly collapse with the Herald. Oh, but yeah,
Bard,
this is
no,
one of the
drift.
best things about Bard.
No, but you can just drift.
Nope,
Oh, he messed it
not
up.
quite able to.
Oh, he just needed to turn a little bit more. Tragic.
Yeah, it's quite hard to do though, and that's a huge loss for Vikings because they try to break this mid lane tower here with the objective that they can't do anything with it.
Handshake onto Easy Love. That's a lot of damage going in. The hostile takeover not doing a huge amount of anything as Levi getting tagged up, but B burns down. Shogun goes into the reset, has to find something and can't. And out of nowhere, they're all dead.
And it's the same all over again. We just talked about it a few minutes ago. They opt for another fight they didn't have to take.
Oh no, Cassante. Oh, thank God.
Yeah, they nerfed him enough. He can't Cassante against Corki and Jax anymore. But it's just 1 kill back. It's now 3-10 in kills. And yeah, the gold is still quite even, but the players can't feel great about this. First, they get denied after Shogun has such a good play on Easy Love. He doesn't get the drift quite right. And then overextension again, and GAM is there to punish. If GAM can do one thing really, really well, it's punish overextensions and just snap engage from any position on the map. And Levi, look at Levi. He just gets a perfect ultimate there. Yeah, Shogun has a nice cleanse. And this almost catches Levi off guard because he didn't actually think about the cleanse there. But Levi survives and everyone goes down on Viking's side.
Disaster. If the Renata ult had been angled slightly, maybe you get a second bit of CC. Carty, interesting approach to that fight, just instantly flashing. But in the end, they do take down Kiaya, but that is the most consolation of consolation prizes.
It is a shutdown, so maybe it can go a long way there to give Carty the money required to dig his team out of this trouble, because, well, they have really just taken every single find they could see, and it has not gone their way, but they're still in a pretty decent position. 2 dragons to their name. The next one is live now, so Vikings is just trying to find the right spot to put pressure onto the enemy team to then transition into dragon number 3.
And look, the gold lead doesn't show the stats that a Shyvana is getting from Dragon, and they are significant. Chunked out a little bit, has that Spirit Shot. He's just going to jump straight in. They're trying to find the damage. Lovely Bard ultimate immediately diffuses the situation. Swirl Seed onto Guri, tagging him up as well. They won't rip the Lilting Lullaby. But Vikings, they're all bleeding. They're on a half health. Elio perhaps a little bit too far forward, but Flash into the Magical Journey, able to get him out. Half health on the Dragon.
Guri lost his dragon form though, so now they have to wait a little bit. He needs something to auto-attack, but it's really risky right now, so he's just sitting there biding his time.
Oh no, it's all gone wrong. Shogun will be going to sleep. Can't find a reset on anything either. Nunaway spinning that stick. As Karma's already picked up 2 kills, they want to chase down for more, and it's going to be Emo that leads the way. Calls down the lightning, and is rat-a-tat-tatting into the rest of Vikings. And your way, it looked all right in the early game, but they've just completely collapsed.
It looks like a little bit of a mental block. Every single fight going GAM's way. Vikings just not able to execute in these micro situations. I think their overall game plan, their drafts, whenever they're not actually in combat with enemy champions, they look okay, they look normal, they look strong, but whenever there's a GAM player on their screen, they're just the nerves seem to be collapsing. They can't actually fight back, and GAM playing amazingly in all these engages, just playing old school VCS style, fight. And yeah, it's working perfectly for them. Now a 4k gold lead, and oh, there's Guri gets the dragon.
To get a steal. Can he pick up a kill as well? I don't think that's likely. We'll be dying for his theft. But Ocean Soul Point is now secured. There is light at the end of this tunnel.
And he did this before Baron was on the map, so actually can't be punished for a single death too much. If this happens like 2 minutes later, the enemy team instantly runs to Baron and ends the game, but good timing there. Shogun...
Just Levi.
Yeah, Shogun, and it just completely outplayed by Kiaya and Levi, who dominate this team fight front to back. And then Emo and Easylev are more than enough to follow up on the damage, but Levi's playing such a good Lilia game. I never understood, and I know you didn't either, why he refused to pick up this amazing champion when it came out in 2020. We were screaming at him so much, but now he seems comfortable on this champion, and yet another really good performance on his beloved AP junglers.
Yeah, I mean, that we were sitting there going, this is a Levi champion, he's going to be so good. And then he just sits on stream and goes, nah, the champion's lame, don't want to. And just didn't. You almost have to respect him for it, but he obviously has changed his mind. Lilia well in his wheelhouse now. I think I understand what Vikings was going for, playing a very aggressive bot lane, really trying to take it to Easylev and Elio early, but I just feel like you can't play a short-range ADC into Lilia. I think it hurts too much.
Yeah, also, it just doesn't look like they are
All
able to
out?
really... Yeah, I think Yaya can get away. He's Cassante after all. He has flash as well, so not to worry about him. I think Karti still wants the kill, but yeah, Yaya still has a flash.
Karti's going to catch him. Flash forward. One more auto, one more rocket.
Not bad. Okay, I didn't think he had it in him.
Oh,
but
ult misses. Guri trying to get away. Will be put to sleep, but he's a big tanky dragon. Oh, no, he's not.
he is not tanky at all. Look at his items. He went full offense, which I think he has
Sorry,
to.
stacks of passive.
Yeah, but I mean, he doesn't have any HP to work with, so the effective HP is not very high. Now we're trying to get on top of Levi. That's a lot of damage.
Absolute best. Can he just kill Levi? It would be so huge. But the Zhonya's just denies it. Shogun on the other side wants to try and get a kill. We'll get one, but it's only one. As it just cleaned off the map. On the other side, Cardi saying, well, guys, I got a tower. That's nice. I killed a tower.
It does look a little bit desperate at this point. Guri, he gets hit by the Swell Seed. He ults immediately, which might have been a mistake. Maybe it could have buffered the ultimate onto the sleep, but I think even then he probably gets caught. Now Baron,
if he doesn't dragon form, they don't press the lilting lullaby because he doesn't move.
Probably, and they just chase him down without. Yeah, that's true. They just secured the Baron in the picture-in-picture, by the way. GAM, that is, of course. So that is another huge advantage. Breaking open the game, it's getting easier and easier for the team. They couldn't win a single game in under 40 minutes last week. And now 2 games back-to-back look like 30-minute victories, maybe even faster, because this is a stomp. 6k gold ahead, 18-5 in kills, and they just secured the Baron. So this game could end in just 2-3 minutes.
Yeah, and I mean, this is something that GAM does so often, where they'll look really close against a team in the upper bracket finals, maybe even lose and go to the lower bracket, and then they come to the grand finals, they take the training weights off, and they just mollywop them. And unfortunately, that's what it's looking like now. We are all hoping for a bit of a Vikings comeback, not because we're Vikings fans, because VCS can't end on a 3-0, Yulway. It can't!
Yeah, it would be really sad. It would also be kind of poetic and appropriate for GAM to yet again struggle in the upper bracket final to just 3-0 the final. They've done this multiple times now, especially against Saigon Buffalo / Viking teams. So, yeah, it's not unexpected. I think we talked about this in private before the series. The second most likely outcome to a 3-2 was a GAM 3-0. Let's just hope it's not like that, because it's still a 5-game series, and Vikings have shown the capacity to play on even footing with GAM, maybe even outplay them in some stages of the game. They just need to be a little calmer. They need to not fall for all these skirmishes, like that one. Just don't get involved in all these fights that just don't go your way in the early game. Try to play a little bit more slowly, and then maybe they have a path back into the series, but for now it looks rather complicated.
Complicated is perhaps underselling it your way. GAM do pick up a kill onto Guri. They get Shogun summoners. As the dragon spawns, this will delay even that outside chance of an Ocean Soul comeback for Vikings. GAM, I mean, they're the GOAT to the VCS for the reason.
Yeah, and I actually want to point out a player we kind of don't talk about enough, I think, who's Easylev. he didn't play most of the season. It was actually their new player Neo, the new ADC, because GAM always tries to find new ADCs and then falls back to their veterans in the playoffs. And we criticized EasyLeft so many times over the years for not so great performances I mean, people are getting caught, but it's not super interesting. This is just the end of the game playing out for GAM. But yeah, this EasyLeft just comes back and saves GAM over and over again. And once again, we have to say in these playoffs, after GAM lost to Vikings in the last series they played, after Vikings secured the #1 spot and probably the role of favorites in the playoffs, EasyLeft came in, played back-to-back series, and he seems to have, well, maybe saying he has Shogun's number would be a little harsh, but he definitely has the strategy to neutralize Shogun, and that's better than, that's more than enough for the side of GAM, because we know they have the best top lane and the best jungler in the league.
Okay, Vikings going for a bit of a miracle play, but it seems like it was very poorly communicated. Guri really wanted it. Nunaway was already turning around. They've called in a TP. Guri's going to be put to sleep, hit by a true shot barrage. Just has to flash away, getting beaten to death, taken down. And Vikings just look out of sorts. GAM looking absolutely resplendent. It's a huge Renata ultimate, but not huge enough. As Show, you're desperately looking for a reset that he will find. He will find, but I just don't think it matters. He will be the only one to limp away from Levi.
The damage difference in these two teams is just a little too big now. Even though Vikings actually found a decent fight and landed some crucial CC, it just, when you compare the two AD carries and their damage output, even the junglers and their damage output, we don't even want to look at their stats, it's nothing alike. Yeah, just look at Guri. This is a scary Shyvana. This is supposed to just scare you into flashing away, but Evo just stands there, presses auto tag once, or Q I should say, and out damages the Shyvana who hit an E on him. That's not supposed to happen. It's kind of the epitome of what is happening in this series and this match. So yeah, it's just a sad sight, this whole team fight. Because I think if it's more even, Vikings probably win this team fight. They landed great CC, and we're actually able to kill some crucial members. EasyLove goes down there at the end, but yeah, the damage difference, the tankiness difference, just a little too much to overcome.
Yeah, 100%. If that is even gold, or perhaps even just a slight lead for GAM, I think they get aced. Yeah, it's a huge fight, and you can see that the Vikings carries are still doing their best. They're just being set behind, because they're just taking these silly fights, and that is something that the story of the VCS might be teams taking silly fights against GAM.
It's very true. And GAM has always been amazing at finding engages. Even in their days when they couldn't even spell the word macro. I think they've gotten way better over the years, of course, but even back in those days, they just overwhelmed teams with hand stiff and just being amazing at forcing team fights from angles no one could see. Just starting team fights from the dark, coming from two different sides, from 3 different sides, building flanks, and this is still in their DNA. Yes, it's there are a few different players, but the main players, Kiaya and Levi, the players who've won all these titles together, they are always able to bring the rookies up to snuff in these kind of setups for team fights. So yeah, it seems like whoever plays for GAM, they always know how to team fight.
Yeah, that they do. As Vikings posturing in the mid lane, Carty is still a big corky. A little bit of hope maybe on his shoulders. Baron is alive. Can Vikings find something? That Trishot Barrage is doing so much chunk, making it so hard to approach. Nunaway does have TP, but he's just pushing in the bot side. Guri can get over the wall. Maybe he can smite it away, but he gets Bard ulted. I don't even think he was really going for it. Vikings unable to deter GAM, unable to find a smite steal.
Yeah, I think Vikings was actually looking at the clock and they're trying to go for the Ocean Soul, but it's still 35 seconds away, so it's going to be hard for them to secure a little bit of priority over that river. Maybe the last stand here in this game, trying to maybe dive over the wall and secure the Ocean Soul, but at this point, is Ocean Soul even enough for you to turn the game? I don't think so. So yeah, it's looking bleak from the Vikings, but they are not going to go down without a fight. Actually, they've gone down with way too many fights, but
exactly. Maybe they
one more of those is definitely in them.
Yeah, and Guri's recalling. They're not even going to go for the steal. I think you have to. I don't think, like...
Yeah, this is
A smite
capitulation. I just like to see this.
steal is a 50-50. You have maybe 2% to win this game. 50 is a bigger number than 2.
I think their call here was if we sacrifice Guri for a potential steal, they're just gonna run at our inhibitors, and with the Baron buff, they're gonna win the game instantly. So we can't even make any use of the Ocean Soul. If that's their call, they should have kind of realized this early and maybe tried to delay the Baron a little bit more, so to trade Baron for Ocean Soul. But yeah, now they just opted to give both for free. And yeah, the Dragon doesn't really do much for GAM, but still, it removes one more resource. That could be a comeback for Vikings. So maybe a little bit too slow on their thinking process there. The strategy not coming together before they had to decide in the moment, and Vikings now pushed into their own base.
It is a very, very hard call to make, of course. Shoryuken getting junked out, does not get hit by the True Shot Barrage at least. That would have killed him. But I don't think they're going to be able to stop this mid lane tower falling. The inhib, of course, will be following. Kati, still a threat on this bottom side, doing a lot of damage onto Elio. But he's only hitting Elio, and he gets tagged up by Levi. They don't whip out the lullaby. Just a bit of poke. Tower under siege. Can he find some damage on the emo? He can, but he's just getting whittled down on the other side. His health matters more. They dive over onto Levi, but they just can't find anything at all. They're all starting to fall. Wow. That's a triple kill. We're on our way to a bit of a Zeri moment. No, stolen away by Easy Love. And of course, none away. Not going to give that one up for free. And GAM looking absolutely magnificent as they go up 2-0.
What a performance. Stage games are different. This is a different moment now for Vikings. Yes, they qualified for the Worlds yesterday, and maybe that's also a little bit of an issue here. Maybe a little bit of the necessity to win is not quite there for them. I mean, I'm sure they want to, and they're doing everything in their power, but maybe in the back of their minds there's something not quite clicking here, and so far on stage, I just have to say that they don't look as cohesive as they did last week. Last week it was all the individual play that cost them the series. Today it's completely different. The individual play is fine for the most part, especially huge improvements from Nana who are in the top lane. But the team play is just not there. They're losing all the early engagements, all the skirmishes going GAM's way, and so far a very dominant series in the last VCS finals.
We're going to go to a break. We'll be back soon to see if maybe Vikings can find their way back in. Hey everyone, this is something I haven't scripted. I'm just going off the cuff. I want to echo what Spood said earlier. This is sort of the end of VCS English, and I'm using the fact that the next time we load the Rift might be the last time. Obviously, we're still hoping for Vikings to fight back, but it might be the last time just to say a few things. It's been 5 years since I loaded up the League of Legends subreddit, which is always a mistake, and saw a post by one Yulway, reached out and said, hey, I'd love to cast a little minor region with you. And ever since then, I can say that this region has genuinely been one of the most influential things in my life. The people I've met through this have genuinely been some of my best friends. Yulway, Marby, Spoods, and everyone else, don't get me wrong. I just want to say thank you. It's been an incredible time, and for everyone that watches, all of the people behind the scenes, I just want to say thank you, and let's go out on a high. Let's end it properly.
Welcome back, everyone. Game 2 is over. Now, Rebel, at the end of Game 1, I got very upset, right? Because it was a stop. You talked some sense into me, so now I'm feeling less worried. Because it's all a part of the script.
That's right. We talked about this. This is exactly what's going to happen. Now we just need the substitute to come in, and then we'll be all together. I don't know. When we expected this series to come out, the last time that they played, the best of 5 that they played in the upper bracket semis, games were slower. It felt more like they were playing around team fights. And today, for GAM has gotten a lot more feisty, and for some reason, Vikings are just not ready for it in the slightest. The other big thing I'm noticing is like jungle difference is kind of ridiculous today. Guri, not to say he's played particularly bad. There were multiple times where the Shyvana was just missing ease or not doing the. It was, I don't know if it was communication. I don't know if it was trying to commit to a play or not commit to a play. But whatever it was, Guri looked completely unfocused in this game. Which I'm not going to put the onus entirely on him, but it was a lot more scattered than I think we've seen Vikings play for the majority of the split.
Marby, I want to go to you with a little bit of history because kind of every segment, one of us has brought a bit of history in that. Usually it's been something that the other two have forgotten. This time, I'm sure it is something that you two remember. Because if we go back a couple of years when Saigon Buffalo were looking really strong, the only team that were able to beat them was GAM. And the reason for it, or at least how the likes of Hankei and many other analysts phrased it, was Saigon Buffalo were very good at doing their own thing. They were really good at scaling, getting to team fights, winning those team fights, winning games. GAM, though, were the only team that seemed to know how to flip the switch and play in a different way to what Saigon Buffalo expected. Play aggressive early, and then when Saigon Buffalo were out of their comfort zone, they looked like a terrible team as a result. Is that something similar we're seeing today?
I mean, yeah, I think in some ways, because I remember a lot of the time we used to joke that Bean J had what was the coach's name? I forgot the coach's name. Ren. Yeah, the Bean J had Ren's brain in his body because like if Bean J would have immaculate pathing at the start of the game, but if you interrupted that, he would just have a terrible game. He had he could just walk out a set plan, and if it failed, it fell. The whole game sort of fell apart. I don't fully think that's the case here, because it's not even starting, and I think part of that is another bit of history. We haven't had a stage game in the VCS for 4 years. Like I think 2020 was the last. 2020 or 2021 was the last time. Guri has never played on stage. Nanoe has never played on stage, and these are the players who are, in my eyes, collapsing the most. I mean, B had a pretty terrible Renata game, but like in terms of just small mechanical decisions, I think they are struggling with the LAN event more than because they're not used to it. This is new for them, and we've seen this happen quite a few times in the sort of post-COVID era. Players who were really good online finally moved to a stage performance, and it just doesn't work.
Rebel, to go to you though, I want to go to the counterpoint of this, where you look at Viking Esports. Catty's played on stage, Shogun's played on stage, I'm pretty sure B's played on stage. They've all gone to Worlds, and they have had that experience. GAM, on the other side, you've got Kiai, you've got Levi, who have played on stage multiple times. Emo, Easy Love, and Elio, though, you'll have to remind me, I'm not sure how much stage...
MSI.
MSI. Okay, my bad.
They literally went to MSI.
See, that's too recent. It no longer counts as history. I'm thinking of ancient history here.
Also, Easy Love was on old GAM rosters, 2020 I think, yeah.
Easy
So-
Love's been around the block pretty easily.
So to pose a question then to you, Rebel, do you think Vikings can get over this? Let's call it stage fright, right? It might not be stage fright, but let's call it as stage fright. Can they get over this and start showing up in the same way that they have been over the regular season?
I honestly don't know. Like, this is not what we expected from Vikings coming in. We've seen so much better out of like Show and Guri and even B in a lot of cases, and it seems like today they're just completely out of it. What I think the thing that they really need to knock their confidence into full swing is a jungle matchup that's going to let Guri dominate. Like, I don't know whether it's got to be something that's off meta, off kilter, whatever it might be, or maybe it's just a very guaranteed matchup where he's going to be comfortable. But again, it felt like last game, especially, Levi was just an absolute boss. Like, every single fight, they knew exactly where Levi was. He was coming in on a flank. They could have turned on him. They could have done something. And it felt like they never had the option to actually fight him. Guri felt completely ineffective, and Levi felt like he was running everything. They need to flip that switch, if nothing else. I think Nanaue is actually playing quite a bit better today than he was in the previous final. I think Kadi's playing incredible League of Legends today. He was actually kind of a monster for the first 15 minutes. I was afraid that he was going to be the scaling option that was going to cost GAM that game. But unfortunately, the continued skirmishes kept just pouring gold into their pockets. So they need to find a way that if they're going to skirmish, which has never been Guri's kind of strong point, how are you going to do it? What champion is it going to be? What strategy do you need to employ? Because otherwise, you just have to go to a stonewall system. You have to play for late game. You have to go back to giving up neutral objectives and pray that you can get that 5-on-5, which was working at least a little bit in their previous series.
Before we go to our CB LOL friends, I kind of want to get one final thought from the pair of you about what you'd like to see differently being done. That can be a draft thing, it can be a game thing, it can be a sub in ego thing, whatever you want.
Just, yeah, sub in 2020 Flash. I think...
Yoshino?
Yeah, Yoshino. Slater splits over. Palette's somewhere. No, I think CC. I noticed quite a few times there were in the last game. There were times where like Elio was like walking near a bush, or someone was walking near a bush, and you could have grabbed that pick opportunity, but you had no CC. You had no form of lockdown outside of Jackson Renata, who are very hit or miss at. Don't have much to work with. So more CC. Like Guri's most played champion is Maokai. If you get that opportunity, take it. If not, Sejuani GD.
Yeah. Yeah, if they're not going to find something that ends up dueling better in the early stages of the game, and if GAM is going to continue this brawling style, they desperately need to find a way to like CC, stop fights, or just cut things completely off. If that's Sejuani or if it's some other champion, then so be it. If that's what needs to happen, that's what needs to happen, and Vikings have to identify that quickly before they kind of spiral out of control in game number 3.
Thank you very much for that. And with that said, can we bring in our good old friends from the Brazilian region? Our 3 particular friends from CB LOL, and that is some great artwork as well.
Hi, yeah.
No.
I don't know what we're doing here. I just got dragged in here from Brazil. What's going on?
We've got so actually the reason why we brought you in under the pretense that we wanted you to talk a little bit about your region. The real reason we brought you in was we wanted to intimidate you with just how good our region was. That's why GAM are absolutely stomping right now. So guys, are you intimidated?
I mean, it's bringing back a lot of tough memories for sure. Because aside from that 1-2-0 that our best had against your best, it's been all downhill since then. Yeah, so consider me intimidated. We've got no shot. If I had boots, I would be quaking in them. Let's put it that way.
Isn't it, does it feel nice? What is it? Your top 3 seeded teams are all teams that have not been to like an international tournament, right? Am I just like completely wild off there? Or like at least the players of most of those teams haven't been to international events. Does it feel nice to have the possibility that you're going to have new players going instead of the same 3 that have gone to every single international event?
Well, actually, 2 of our top 3 teams actually have made it to an international event since 2021 when franchising kicked in. But Rebel, we are super happy if Loud don't make it again, because y'all are talking about getting intimidated. For talking about our trauma. Yeah, Milky, we remember emo Easy Love at MSI because they knocked out Loud again. So you know what? We're happy to go there. We're very, very sorry that Levi won't be able to see his Brazilian son, unfortunately, this round. Fingers crossed, but you know, we'll kind of see how it goes.
Oh, Treasure, what about you? Are you also quaking in your metaphorical boots then? Oh no, he's muted! Trajan!
Oh.
What? Okay, there we go.
There he
Classic
is.
broadcast
Appalling.
move. There we
Brazilian
go.
carrots.
I know,
Yes!
I know. I'd be so lucky to be Brazilian Carrix, honestly. But the reason I'm not quaking, Milky, is that we as a region at least have started to beat the one-team region allegations, okay? Loud is barely
true.
hanging on by their fingertips in the lower bracket right now. And you guys, I don't know, it seems like we're chugging on to another GAM session.
Yeah, I gotta give you guys props. You went from 1 team to 0. That's insane.
Okay, you can say that now, and then when our new representative meets GAM inevitably in play-ins at Worlds, then we'll talk about who's got a real team in the region.
And I'm just saying, Rebel, GAM struggled 2-1 against Loud. Pain just put them away 3-0 easy, so...
Yeah.
I would just like to say that technically, as the host of this segment, Rebel is fighting for VCS 1v3, and he has come out swinging!
Yeah. Well, he's better dressed than any of us, so he's clearly just prepared better, I think, for this segment.
Whoa, nah, league shirt trumps all. League shirt trumps all, that's all I'm saying. Guys, talk to us a little bit about CBLOL in general, how your playoffs are going, and kind of aspirations going into Worlds.
I think the aspirations, like they were said, was just Loud and not being the representatives again, because it's really tough to beat the one-team allegations again when you send the same freaking team over and over again. I'm sure you guys experienced probably some of this. My favorite fact to trot out about Loud is that even though they've won the last 4 titles in the regular season, they've never actually been the 1 seed. They've always come in there with some sort of flaw that they've showed during the regular season, and we think surely a team will expose. Yes, it's best of ones. Yes, you can only get so much data from that sample size and whatnot, but Loud seem to turn it on every playoffs, and then it gets harder and harder to beat these allegations. I think those are our hopes, but I think our top 4 has looked stronger than it has in a long, long time. And whichever one of the teams, be it Red or Pain or Cade Stars, that we send, there is something to like that is different about them compared to Loud.
Yeah, I think we have so many good options now to potentially send with players that we've been hoping for split after split. Why can't they get a shot at international? Why can't we see them into the international stage? Because Loud always takes all 5 tickets and just walks away and doesn't give them a chance. But even if Loud makes it again, the narrative design from that outcome in the last CBLOL split, with Loud looking the worst they've ever looked into the strongest field that's ever been, down into the losers bracket already, would be so pristine in itself that I can't even be 100% mad, you know? So either we send Loud again and we probably get washed out in play-ins, but it would be the sickest domestic thing of all time, or we get someone new, and I think we'll probably end up coming back a bit happier.
Yeah, and I think in terms of the international stage as well, our aspirations this round, you know, it's the final time before a lot of regions get merged. Brazil gets merged, VCS gets merged, PCS gets merged. So 3 simple goals: 1, beat GAM; 2, beat PSG; 3, get out of play-ins.
Yeah,
that is a good checklist, and I do like the fact that our CBLOL friends really want another team other than Loud to make it through, because it almost sounds like they just want an excuse for when they lose to the VCS. Had to throw one in. Right, I've got a little segment for you guys. I have created a quiz. Now, on this quiz are a variety of different foods that either come from Brazil or Vietnam, and it is your job to try to work out which is which.
I'm gonna go ahead and I want to quickly disconnect myself. I didn't see this, and he's British, so he knows nothing about food. So I'm gonna take a wild guess. Something's wrong on here, and I didn't have anything to do with this.
I didn't need to catch a stray on that one, but I did not need to catch a stray on that one. But we do at least have Hank here, who is at least partially Brazilian. So we have elected our champion.
I was bored. There's a lot riding on this for me. If I can't distinguish between my native country's cuisine and Vietnam, a place I've literally never been and have no knowledge of, like this should be really easy just by process of elimination. So a lot riding on this.
Let him back in.
You know what? I should have just picked every single picture I did. It should have just been from Vietnam. Just no Brazilian food in there whatsoever. Just to track
have me really sweating. Like, do I know anything?
I'm just waiting for the picture of baked beans on toast, but go ahead.
Oh dear lord.
That's my turn.
Right,
That's
Spoods,
my
can we
turn.
get our first food up, please, for our 4 competitors to try to work this one out?
Looks like rice pudding.
Yeah,
looks
It
like
does
some
look like
porridge.
rice pudding.
yeah,
Looks good is what it looks, actually.
yeah. I feel like that's Vietnamese. I'm having a tough time recognizing it, but
But there's
You know what?
well,
Does that
look,
appeal
so
to you,
much-
404? Does that call to your Brazilian stomach?
Does the amount of chopped garlic in the background affect this decision? Because like, is that something you'd expect to see on a Brazilian countertop?
I mean,
when
it's
cooking,
the
you know?
cinnamon for me. I'm like,
garlic?
I can't think of. I don't even know if that's garlic.
it's
I'm
something.
trusting
I don't
Trajan
know.
here.
Garlic, yeah.
Or like really big rice. I don't know. Or like risotto.
is
Do
some
I
Alright,
know what
guys.
risotto is?
We've got to get guesses in because we've got a
Okay.
few of these to get through.
Right.
So,
I'm
right, Rebel, do you want to go first with your guess?
Hell no! I told you I'm not participating
Oh,
in this.
okay, right.
Wow.
Okay, fair enough.
I thought we were the ones looking for
Coward.
excuses.
Yeah.
Yeah, Rebel's a coward. We know that. I'd make American jokes, but I'll get in too much trouble.
But you can't.
Trajan, do you want to go first?
I think this is Vietnamese. I think it's
Okay.
Vietnamese.
Random?
404, I'm trusting you. You seem really hesitant. I'm going Vietnamese with this.
4?
I'm trusting you. You seem really hesitant. Good. Yeah. No, I think I'm gonna go with Vietnam. I'm locking it in.
Okay. It is Brazilian. It's brigadeiro.
That's a fucking lie. That's literally not what a brigadeiro is.
Why do we keep you around, mate? Why do we keep you around?
If I can't drop
I
F-bombs
want to hear
on
out.
screen.
Hold on. I want to hear out 4x4 here, please. What is brigadeiro and what does this look
Dude,
like?
I'm coming in as the
Oh, no,
voice,
it's not.
voice in the back.
Yeah, it's
I've
not.
just googled brigadeiro, and a brigadeiro is a
hang on.
cupcake. This is a disaster.
I told you.
It's not
If
brigadeiro.
you question,
No.
one question, the British person messes it up. Okay, one question.
Like if
Oh,
it's what
dear
we're doing,
Lord.
and if on the first question I googled on my second monitor brigadeiro and hit images, just really simple cursory stuff.
Okay,
not
well,
in the
hang
first.
on. Wait.
Has he read the wrong line?
Brigadeiros are little
Somebody
chocolate
quickly
balls.
look up. Somebody quickly look up Brazilian food and see if this is one of the first like 3 images. Just no search at it whatsoever.
Oh, it's Caniça. There we go. I picked the wrong word. But it is a
Well-
Brazilian food. So with that, we'll take VCS 1.
We're in draft.
Oh, that was too much fun.
Hey,
Very
so
good.
I'm back to fix this nonsense. We are in draft, and Vikings have not been listening to the stream because they have just slammed the Shyvana again.
Probably better that we don't listen to the stream. Yeah. I don't know. I don't know what diagnosis I even have for what draft needs to get fixed. I really didn't think the Shyvana like Guri looked comfortable on it. I was hoping that they would go away from it. At least the Lily is gone. Maybe that'll help.
Maokai's open. That's
doesn't
your
matter.
most played by like double the next champion. Just pick Maokai. That gives you great C setup. Gives you great like super flexible draft options because it can be engage or disengage. But they're just gonna say, okay, Shogun carry us.
Dragon Comp. Aurelion Soul.
Yeah.
Dragon Comp. There's no Dragon Comp. Are we just like hyper scaling? Is that what's happening?
I'm still just recovering from that segment, to be honest. But do we have CC? That's my checklist from Marby.
No.
And no. But Counter-Strike, that is one of the greatest forms of CC in League of Legends.
Jax begins twirling his yachting.
It's so inconsistent. Like right now, your 2 forms of CC are Counter Strike, which requires Jax getting on top of you bodily, or the ultimate from Shyvana, which is kind of the same thing. But it's like you don't have any like super safe forms of pick. You don't have safe forms of CC. You don't have very strong forms of CC. Unless you get a Miracle Counter-Strike. It's just not good setup.
That's what the Leona's for, Mobby. Obviously, they're gonna pick Leona so that they have somebody that doesn't have to jump in with their body.
It's a ban.
Oh, no, it's banned. That's crazy how that works. Crazy that GAM foresaw what an obvious pick that could have been to set up the rest of the composition. Man, people are shuffling around right now in this Discord.
I mean, I would just like to say that GAM banned the Leona before the Vikings picked
I know, I'm well aware of that.
Yeah, look, I'm just tapping the why didn't you pick Maokai sign.
They could still pick it. They could flex the Shyvana if they wanted to.
Shyvana top, Jax jungle, Maokai support.
No. Maokai jungle, and then Senna with a farming Shyvana bot lane would actually probably work.
Where does
Wouldn't
a
be great.
Smolder go, Rebel?
I would prefer farming Jax.
What are you... Dude.
Okay, that's CC.
Is it CC?
That's not CC. That's Kai'Sa. Never mind. I quit.
Are we getting... What?
Well, we got a Kennen locked in. Top lane matchup looks good for GAM. Ranged versus melee. I'm pretty sure that's how that one goes.
I do know Kiaya loves his Kennen, and Nanaue got absolutely bullied on Kennen the other day, so that's pretty funny. What happened with Kai'Sa? I'm still lost here.
I was looking at the wrong stream.
Yes, Kai'Sa. Oh, you're cheating. What the heck?
My bad. Look, I had the wrong one open. Anyhow, but we've ended up with the Nautilus. I much would have preferred a Senna Ornn lane, because then your front line actually exists rather than Nautilus, who is made out of paper to keep him even remotely balanced. And I think just a Bromlock here. Yeah, a Bromlock is a slam dunk. You've just denied half of Vikings team comp.
But we have CC and Kai'Sa Nor.
It's more than Renata. I will say that.
It is. I mean, the CC works in a similar way. You throw something at, you hit them, you move them.
True.
I'm bored. This compositions are boring.
You're bored.
I want to go back to double marksman.
But we've got Shyvana again.
You have double marksman. It's called.
It's not.
The
Smolder's not a
fake-
marksman. Smolder's not a marksman.
Okay, it's double AD carry.
No, it's not.
It's technically triple AD carry because Jack's
made to build AD items. Don't fool yourself. All right. It's got to be GAM again. I don't think they've done anything to change their composition drastically. I don't think there's enough here. Unless they go into overdrive, there's nothing crazy happening here for Vikings.
Yeah, this is slightly easier for Cardi to 1v9 on with the Smolder, but it's the draft still has all the same problems with GAM.
I need 5 games. Unfortunately, fans, we're not going to get that. 3-0 GAM. Carrix, your way for potentially the final ever time. Away you go.
Potentially the last time we roll out together your way. It brings a tear to our eyes as we watch TK absolutely popping off. Wanting to, look, as much as I would hate a 3-0, I don't want a 3-0. I never ever want a 3-0 in this situation. But TK getting to get that big win, I can't be too unhappy about that. He has done more to help the VCS's reputation than pretty much anyone else, except, maybe someone else that might be on screen right now, maybe we've covered every game for 5 years or something. Anyway, Marmy hates the comp, Rebel's bored by the comp, but your way, is the comp gonna win?
You're talking GAM's comp, I assume?
No, I'm talking about Vikings.
Vikings, sorry, my bad. I actually kind of prefer that composition. I'm very skeptical about the execution because Guri Shyvana, as Rebel pointed out, didn't really go their way last game, so I'm holding out my breath for his execution. But in terms of just overall composition, if you ignore the teams, there's double ADC on one side and only one ADC on the other side, so it's pretty clear to me which composition is better.
True, that is true. Though calling Smolder an ADC, questionable. That is more of a mage, but look at this, Vikings. They have their bot side on the top side, and they're going for a little pokey poke. Spotted by a ward, which is definitely not ideal. The cannon is in range, but this should be decent aggression. Levi caught on the Raptor.
Bia's on a mission.
Bia just beating him. This is a lane swap.
got one, I guess. He got 8 gold for himself, and he got a little bit of harassment on Levi, which is going to be healed away. Yeah, but let's talk about Gum's composition, actually, because this is weird. This is straight out of a Time Machine or something. Cannon, Vi, Ari? Like, we have not seen this be, like, on top of the meta in a long while. It does have very obvious synergies in teamfights, very strong engage, decent CC, actually very good CC, very good lockdown, especially for something like Smolder, but it's maybe a little bit lacking in damage, especially in the late game. If Cannon is put behind, for example, using a lane swap, this could really be dangerous for the later stages of the game. Ari, not really the best consistent DPS. Vi, of course, can't really offer the same as a Zyra or a Brand, so it's all on Zeri. So they have put a lot in the Easy Love basket, and he has been performing amazingly so far in playoffs. But can he be the main carry and outshine the likes of Kati and Shogun?
Look, I think it's a dangerous gambit the Viking is running here. But at the same time, given the way the first 2 games have gone, this is the time to take a bit of a risk. Pull the lane swap. Really, really try and enable Shogun. I think Kai'Sa is a much better choice than the Callista for that. But Levi now rotating up, leaving camps on the table, but is going to stop early tower plates being given over to Shogun. So this is an early lead for Easy Love.
You don't really swap into the top lane to get tower plates, especially not with ranged champions, because it's so hard to actually kill those tower plates, or destroy those plates, I should say. So this is to be expected. It didn't really go their way in terms of top lane matchup, but they did get a very certain advantage in the jungle matchup. And looking at the game so far, I think that's more than necessary. Guri now a level ahead, and they might fight for the bot side camps you just talked about. Guri, he could try to smite this one away. He didn't quite get it, so now Levi is actually free to go back into his own jungle and catch up in CS. A little bit unfortunate for the side of Vikings there. They tried to accelerate their own jungler, but it didn't really pan out.
Yeah, and now there's the swap back. We go back to normal lanes, and Nunaway just kind of has a 10 CS deficit. It's not going to be huge. There is actually a pretty big wave behind Kiaya that he's going to be able to catch. So I think that'll not quite even out. It'll still be a little bit in Kiaya's favor. Overall, seems like a bit of a failed, not failed, but definitely not perfect play by Vikings, but certainly nothing game determinative.
That's big poke from Kati there. Very nice on the clapback, actually getting caught by the E from Ari, but still out trading. So you can definitely see some of the advantages of being an AD champion there, just trading with Q and auto attacks.
Oh. That away, just missing a little bit of CS there. Unfortunate stuff. As Guri stealing away one camp. I mean, it's nice, but he's sort of on the
get
wrong
the level
side of
up
the
because
map.
this was actually the reset camp, so a little bit higher in experience compared to the first clear. So he does maintain his level advantage, even though he's only 4 CS ahead, which is nice to see. It looks like there's a little bit more priority now on the bot side for GAM, so Vikings might actually break the usual Shyvana pattern and opt for a topside focus with push in mid and top lane. Should be rather free for their jungler to collect some of the grubs, hopefully all 3 of them, which also I think gives more experience. So this could be all an elaborate accelerate Guri strategy.
Yeah, I mean, that is a little bit tricky. If you're going to go accelerate Guri, not playing to his passive seems risky, to say the least, but you can always play to it later. It's not like those stacks get particularly worse. They are percent based, if I'm not mistaken.
I think they're flat 5/10.
I think they are. I actually think they are flat. I said percentage, and then immediately I was like, no, that's flat. That's why I'm a play-by-play caster.
But then again, they're still dragons spawning later on, and you get, I think you get them for Elder as well. So you are correct that they're not really gone. Even though if you miss one, you can't get it for that dragon, you can kind of get them back later. And if in the grand scheme of things, it's only 5 armor and MR or 10 in the bigger form. So maybe advantages through pushing power on grubs and stuff like that can actually do more than just 5 armor and MR. So I kind of like this change of focus, especially also because Guri should be accelerated in terms of experience now that he got all the 3 grubs. So if he gets to level 6 first and manages to maybe dive the cannon, okay, cannon is level 6, so it's going to be a little difficult, but maybe find a skirmish into the jungle, then that could be an avenue to victory.
Perhaps, as we have had the Australian lanes activated again, truly getting their steps in today, the ADCs, making sure they're nice and fit for their world's journey to come. Of course, both of these players, all 10 of these players, in fact, will be going to Worlds. They just need to be careful. Elio is very strong right now. That shield doing a huge amount, but not enough, as he just has to jump away. B trying to turn it around. They must be really close to that Nautilus level 6. Maybe that could give them the power. Oh, B so low, jumping forward. His Shogun doesn't quite do it. Oh, and locked out. Easy Love burns the barrier. They're so close. They get the first blood.
Oh wow, what a fight to the death! That took like 30 seconds or almost a minute, just back and forth. This is what we like to see in the bot lane. We had to wait for both bot lanes to go to the top lane to actually finally see this kind of back and forth trading. Easy Love, I think he missed one tiny detail there that was crucial for them winning that engagement, because he was he activated his ultimate, but he couldn't actually use any spells apart from his auto attacks. And that cost them dearly in the end there. You can see Shogun hits level 6 first, and they do fight in an advantage when it comes to minions. So the first engagement is won by the side of Vikings, but now they get away from Easy Love. So even though he has his ult running, it's still only level 6, so it doesn't actually offer that much extra damage. And then Shogun, just with a good eye, he just has more consistent damage with the spells also being ready and loaded. So they can cut through that extra protection. And there's the first blood for Shogun, finally winning the 2v2.
Finally, and that might be a confidence injection that Shogun and Vikings need. As the analysts were talking about, a lot of this Vikings team, despite the players having a lot of history, they just haven't played a lot of stage games. Obviously, Shogun is not one of those people. He has played at MSI. A lot of these players, oh no, Nunaway in trouble, has a Vi on top of him, has a cannon, zip zap zoopin, uses the flash, uses the jump, cannon over the wall with a flash, but he forced a lot of summoners.
Yeah, he did bait double flash. I think that was the best outcome he could achieve there, so at least trades his life for 2 summoner spells, which could be crucial, especially looking at the cannon flash for the next big team fight around the respawning grubs in 1 minute, for example, because you never want to fight against 6 grubs. So, taking everything into account, I actually think Nanawa sold himself well there. Obviously not great to go down, and also look at the CS. That is not great either. The top lane is struggling.
Elliot takes a big chunk, and also, look, you don't need to tell me who's on the other side of the rift. You have Kiaya on one side. Yeah, the top lane is struggling. It's Kiaya your way. Of course they're struggling. Though, maybe it's not too much to do with Kiaya this game as much as it is about match movements.
Yeah, also a lot of resources actually invested into kind of helping Kiaya out there. Early cover from Levi. He sacrificed 2 camps to just be there with Kiaya to enable him to get some experience, even lasted some minions. Then always, if you're safe as the ranged top lane in a lane swap, you will automatically earn a little bit more money because you can just use your Q, your auto attacks to try and at least lasted some of the minions from afar, so it has definitely worked out in GAM's favor. But we also have to take into consideration the Australia lanes, as you like to call them, also helped the other side, and Shogun got a 2v2 kill. So this is all one investment from Vikings. Top lane is suffering, but Shogun, their main carry, is ahead.
Yeah, and with that Slicing Maelstrom and the Vi ultimate down, I don't think there's really any room to contest on these grubs. This is just going to be 6 grubs for the Vikings. 40 seconds on the Dragon, GAM not able to instantly trade that into a 2 Drake advantage. Vikings are pretty happy with this, despite the gold disadvantage.
Yeah, and this is actually remarkable if you think about the top lane and how it has gone for the side of Vikings. Nano is this far behind, and still they can just kind of freely take away the top lane objective. 6 grubs with an ADC that's actually in a good spot, and another ADC that's scaling up in the mid lane to hit towers later on. Could snowball quite quickly. If you get a Baron at like 25 minutes, suddenly the game is just instantly over because of all the extra pushing power.
Yeah, it's a strong position for Vikings, but of course they still need to work through this goal disadvantage. Jax as a champion struggles to operate from behind. It's kind of you'd love to be on the opposite side of this, where Kennen from behind at least has the ultimate, has a lot of CC, but Nunaway, look, he is not the linchpin to this team comp. He just needs to be a side lane threat. Levi is lurking. Doesn't actually have vision in the pit, now does. 2,000 health on the dragon. Will be going down
He's a
very
bit late.
secured. Yeah,
Yeah,
just
all of Gum a bit late
too
to
little,
this
too
play.
late.
Yeah, just missed the mark there, and this is both objectives now over to Vikings. Kind of reminds me of game 1 late yesterday, where they just secured all the objectives in top side and bot side and just walked away to the game. If this is similar to that first game, that could be a great start for the comeback of Vikings, because, oh, that is an aggressive dive.
To the tower we go, Mum is called, but Cardi will be going down, just Levi follow, no! Ho ho ho, so very close.
Yeah, Cardi tried to get a little bit of extra distance there, so Levi had to maybe step back under tower range, but it's only one tower and it can't execute Levi. So that's, I think, no flash invested from either side. Look at this, just super decisive. Instantly call for the, and I think, yeah, Cardi had to flash away from the tower to just force Levi to go in between the two towers. If he wanted any chance at surviving there, I think he has to flash the Vi ultimate to extend the range. So Ari has to commit 2 ultimates to get to him, and Vi also has to stay under 2 towers, so and at least has to kind of kite between 2 towers. This flash was a little bit, yeah, a little bit too late, and Cardi dies under tower.
Yeah, I think holding on to the flash might have had a little bit of merit, but unfortunately this is sort of the worst of both worlds.
Yeah, exactly.
Kiaya gets a lot of damage onto Guri, won't be able to look for this top lane play, needs to be careful, but of course has that Shyvana ult primed, and the honey fruit there to heal him back up. Vikings want to get this Herald, they want to play through this top side objective.
It's a bit scary though.
Pushing.
First item on all the champions of GAM.
But a hook to start it off onto B, chunking him out, but it's traded for so much damage back onto B. I made a miscall, of course. It was Elio at first, but it was B in the end that goes down. Guri, don't know about that one. Has to flash away from the charm. Elio very, very low, but he's only a little Braum. Can Vikings get in here to actually do anything? Rift Herald, of course, is very tanky. Levi has a lot of time.
Yeah, not on level 11, but he does have flash.
Oh no, they get the catch onto Shogun. Disaster strikes as he falls to Emo. There'll be no contest now for Vikings.
And they've been so good about avoiding these fights. Oh, Nanaware might go down as well. Kiaya with a little bit of
he just wants to trade onto Easy Love. If he trades onto Easy Love,
Guri
on the way, can blast code away. Easy Love stepping very far forward, but the slicing Maelstrom able to keep him safe. Can they at least get a trade here onto Easy Love? Nunaway has gone down. Guri's going so low. I need to see the fight here. Oh no, it's happening again, your way! It's happening again!
It's another 3 kills for GAM. It looks like as B walks very sadly to his own death as well. Can't even get the counter kill. Oh my god, they were so good in the first 14 minutes of this game. So good about avoiding the fights, and then suddenly they just snap back into the last game, and out of nowhere it's 7-1 kills for GAM, 3k gold lead, and we're staring at a 3-0 potentially for GAM.
How do they do it 3 times in a row your way?
Yeah, I mean, you can't really blame Nanaware for this pathing here, but I think it's just ill-advised to try and fight, because Guri is not even in his ultimate form, so what's he gonna do?
I think he can just get away.
Maybe he can even get away, but just sacrifice him. Why are you trying to fight into Kiaya and Isilov here with just a level 9 Shyvana without her ultimate form? She doesn't do anything, look at her. And then there's B, just... yeah, very sadly waddling away, trying to get out of there, but... obviously, the Nautilus can't get away there. Can't even trade back. That's 3 more kills to the carries of GAM.
Your way. How do they always do it? How do they keep getting away with it?
Yeah, it's a little ridiculous. Let's try to actually turn this into praise for GAM, because yes, it is a bit ridiculous. We have seen so many splits where GAM doesn't look like the best team in regular season. They kind of look sloppy, they change their players around, and then playoffs hits and they just win again. And it seems like it's one of those instances again, but you have to also commend them on their playoffs play so far. They have been really, really strong. First series was mostly individual play with the likes of Kiaya just running over Nanaware, and today I think it's all about early game skirmishes, coordinating the engages, and they've just been 2 steps ahead of Vikings.
Yeah, they have. Look, as much as we will doom and gloom, as you said, this is not just Vikings throwing. This is GAM being excellent, being in the right place at the right time, and executing these skirmishes super well. And it's something GAM has always been incredible at. Levi, we're picking up this dragon as well on your screen. So strong at the moment, particularly Kiaya on the cannon, 3-0, showing Nanaway how it's done, as he is just obliterating this Jax.
Yeah, he's obliterating every single matchup he plays against Nanaway, and I think this is definitely one of the big issues and maybe one of the targets on Vikings when they go into Worlds. The top lane doesn't look very promising. That was an interesting interaction, nicely done, using the Herald to escape. I don't think you have to go this far, Ari. You can get out of there.
Turn.
Just having a little bit of fun, I guess.
I love the new Rift Herald. It's so much. One of the best changes they've ever made.
It's a great change. And Nanaway
trying to jump away, but there's a Vial, there's a Cannon ult. You're not getting away from that.
I think they even needed the cannon ult, to be honest.
No, I think it was BM.
He went down very quickly. Yeah, this top lane does look like a little bit of an issue, but we have to also say, against anyone else, against anyone not named Kiaya, literally the best top laner in VCS history, 6-time champion, he could be 7-time champion in just a few minutes. He has actually looked decent. Like, he played well against Hasmid in their series earlier. He played a very good series yesterday as well, so maybe it's just the Kiaya thing, maybe it's also just GAM targeting Nanaware over and over again. We've seen it in this game now, and the game before, where they just invest more resources into their top lane than the enemy team, and most of the time gank the enemy top laner more often than maybe he's used to. But this is definitely something other teams can look at, and also something that Hanke, SOFM, and everyone in Vikings have to look at to improve for the Worlds, because it's too much of a vulnerability right now.
Yeah, and look, I'm going to take the opportunity with Kiaya popping off for what could be the last time as part of VCS English to tell the Kiaya story. Because as we've said, this is a guy we have watched for so long. His story is so inspiring as well. This is a guy that grew up like pretty poor in Vietnam and just never really went to school. He was illiterate even as like a mid-teens, later teenager. As Cardi has been caught out, will just be going down. So I'm going to continue. He couldn't read, partially because I think he struggled with dyslexia, but also just a bit of a lack of education. Easy Love does manage to get out. He ended up going into these PC cafes and basically saying like, hey, if I sweep the floors, can I have a couple hours on the computer? And the owner was like, yeah, sure, that's fine. And he'd sit down to play League. Guy picking up another kill as they tell a story about him. He'd sit down and play League. Someone else would have to type in his username and password because he couldn't. And now he's here as the best top laner his region has ever produced, going back to World as possibly a 7-time champion.
Yeah, it's
Talk about overcoming
ridiculous.
adversity.
Now this game has really devolved into just like a triumph march for the side of GAM. They're just winning everything.
Kiaya pulls the trigger.
There
they pick up even more
kills from him. I think he's 7-0 right now, or maybe 6-0 in this game. So it's the best time to talk about him. He can also just play every style. Like there doesn't seem to be really maybe tanks. If you're really critical on world level, he's maybe not the greatest tank player. Oh, he's 7-0. But he can play every carry. He just picked up top lane 80 carries in the first series and just completely destroyed Nanaware on Smolder. He probably had, I don't know, 30 games all in his life on Smolder, it's ridiculous.
That said, about his tanks, yes, not really the strongest in his wheelhouse. Nanoe just desperately trying to get something back. Will get traded out. Garm gets Baron over the wall. They go back in and take out Shogun. This is destruction. But yeah, I just want to point out, it was a Kiaya, Ornn, Alt, and W that knocked Top out of Worlds. If he doesn't kill that minion wave in that game, the Nexus dies.
True. Yeah, I mean, everyone knows he has been my favorite player in the VCS for ages. I wrote articles about him, about his incredible contribution, and obviously over the last few years, people internationally have gotten to know him as well, because he's always there. Everyone knows Levi back from 2017, but honestly, it's Levi and Kiaya and Levi, the top lane jungle duo that is synonymous with VCS success. For a long time, Kati was with them there in the mid lane, but it's really through 2019 till 2024. It's always Kiaya Levi, and they won so many titles. It's really ridiculous to look at. Maybe the best duo of players. I can't think of many who have achieved greater things in their own region. So these two just continue to dominate. And just look at this game. 7-0-4 for Kiaya, 50 CS ahead. And then his junglers 3-0-7, completely dominating the map, finding so many picks, finding great smites as well. He's rather old now for VCS standards. VCS is always one of the youngest leagues all across the globe, and he's still the best jungler here. He's still the captain of his team. He has still been able to craft new teams and just put rookies in the situation where Elio is going to win yet another title, where Emo is going to win yet another title, and Easy Love there in the bot lane, always stable, but he looks up to his jungler. It's Levi and Kiaya's league we're casting.
Yeah, absolutely. It's their world. We just live in it. And I think something that's so interesting about the dichotomy of this duo, as they will try and make a play onto Emo, but it's an Ari, he's out of there, is that Kiaya has basically been the best top laner in the VCS since Zeros left. There was some competition with Zeros, but once he was gone, he has consistently been the best top laner in the VCS. Levi? That's not really true. Ego came into the league, and there was a period of time where we were saying, maybe Levi's not the best jungler in the VCS. He is, in terms of his entire career, no doubt. But on the day, was he the best jungler? Maybe not. But there's such resilience in Levi to be like, man, I'm like pretty far into my career. I've got a lot of silverware in my trophy closet. I could just retire and be like, yeah, whatever, I'm still going to be the GOAT. But he just doesn't. He keeps coming back, and look at him. He's 3-0-7 in another final, Yulway.
Yeah, it's really so impressive to see. He's also kind of overcome his own struggles in the jungle position. He used to kind of shy away from some champions. We talked about his reluctance to pick up Lilia last game, and he used to just play AP junglers all the time, farm, and now he's amazing on this Vi as well, just finding engage after engage. One last chance maybe for Vikings, but look at the goal difference. It's just too much. They just can't deal the damage. Shogun not strong enough, Kati not strong enough, but they might be able to find a kill here.
Yeah, they're desperately trying. It's a good reposition with that ult from Shogun. Kiaya only able to find one with the slicing mushroom. Shogun is desperate, but Garma just too far ahead your way. They are just beating them to death with their bank accounts. That is 4 Vikings cleaned off the map. It is Garm walking down the mid lane, and they know how they want the VCS to end.
They do have the Nexus in their side. I'm not sure. Do they have the time? Shogun back in 20 seconds. Nanahu is back in 6. I don't think it's time for this game, for this VCS split to finish yet.
Not quite.
But it's only a matter of time now.
Yeah, absolutely. It is all over but the crying. They will manage to hold for now, and miracles can still happen your way. We could still have, as Garm pushes down mid, a 25-minute pause. For a blast from the past. Oh my word. It is.
Sivana's on the wrong team for that one.
It's true. It is true. It's a real shame. Vikings just, in the end, not able to stand up to this onslaught from GAM, but we've been talking about GAM so much. We need to talk about Vikings as well. They will be at Worlds. This match, while desperately important as it is, this capstone to the VCS, is not deciding Worlds placement. Shogun will be at Worlds. Carty, and I really want to talk about Carty. He has always been the bridesmaid. Ever since he left GAM, he's always been the bridesmaid, never the bride. And when he's previously gone to the international events, he was a bit embarrassing at times, but I think this split, he has stepped up your way.
Oh yeah, for sure. He's really embraced this AD carry mid lane style like no other mid laner in this region. Some of the other mid laners still kind of they will play the AD carries, but they don't really want to. You can definitely see it. Every opportunity they get, they go back to their classic mages. Carty, not so much. He was never really into mages. Think back to the times where he just played set mid lane, went down 100 CS, and the 100 CS extra went to Levi, and he carried from the AP jungle position. As Guri, unfortunately, runs into his own jungle, which is not his jungle anymore. Another kill over to Easylove. So Carty, if the meta stays anything like it is right now, I think he's more than comfortable. We know Worlds sometimes comes with big changes, so let's hope that Carty can find the confidence and the level of mechanics to have a little bit of a better showing than the last time we went international, as GAM is now getting their Baron again at 28 minutes. Maybe one more kill. Yeah, Shogun is here. It's a big shutdown for Jax, but they're still very far away from actually doing anything in this game.
It's true, but still, you have to respect them. They're not going quietly into that sweet night. They will not be letting this final game be just remembered as where they rolled over and died. They will fight against the dying of the light. And Vikings are in a position. Miracles can happen your way.
Yeah, it's only 4 players for GAM alive, so now or never. You're 5v4 on the map. You have to strike now. You have to strike against this
Guri
soul
over
as well.
the wall! It is actually secured regardless. Easylove gets it. They do fight back with a kill. Levi, he's got a huge shield. He will clean the fight up, and Vikings, they're doing all right. They pick up 2 kills in the fight your way. It's for an Infernal Soul, but at least they get something.
They did get something. They did get some gold back. Unfortunately, the soul is still there, but the enemy team was dealing insane damage anyway, so maybe it's not even that big of a difference. You kind of have to just pick off 1 or 2 members. But Carty is now level 16. Okay, maybe not the biggest spike for the likes of Smolder compared to the Corki, but still a huge dragon. He's scaling up. He's probably at 300 stacks right now, so he's getting stronger and stronger. Shogun on 3 items, so at least the carries are getting there. The support stuff is lacking behind quite badly. They're more than 10k gold down compared to GAM, and add onto that the effective stats from the Infernal Soul and 3 Infernal Drakes, but still, if GAM chooses to fight a member down, that's 10k gold right there.
But now with an Infernal Soul, the damage is even more. This burst coming from Kiaya, from that Slicing Maelstrom, from the Assault and Battery from Vi. It's hard. It's hard.
Not Assault and Battery anymore.
Okay, fair enough. It's cease and desist now. I knew I was wrong, but I didn't remember what the new one was.
Guri, if he gets to level 16, maybe he can do something there. Unfortunately, the not full AP Shyvana doesn't actually want to use her ultimate to deal damage. Back in the day, back in 2019, when Levi played AP Shyvana essentially every game, late game ultimate Shyvana actually dealt like 1,000 damage. So probably not what Guri wants to do here, as Levi is looking for something.
Yeah, they're looking for something while Shogun had to run back to base. He was chunked out. So far, the minion wave's not perfect. Well, actually, they are perfectly synced. They're just not crashing while Shogun was poked. Very good, actually, here from GAM. Forcing a bit of a split in Vikings, which they absolutely cannot afford. They have to fight in number advantages. They can't take even fights. Nunaway chunks down to about 1/3 of his health.
Setting up there.
Bro, that was an auto attack.
Nana is really the poke is adding up, but Easy Love is quite low now as well. Unfortunately, Mom against Brom. We actually saw that yesterday, and it doesn't really go.
Oh,
Small
there's
play.
the turnaround. I think we have a third caster on us. Kiaya diving in. They do manage to get the damage onto Guru Shogun, desperately fighting, kiting it back. But it'd be 4 cleaned up already. Nunaway desperate. Needs to go absolutely huge. He will get one, but it's only onto the support. And Yulway, that is an ace. Vikings have been wiped off the map. And GAM push forward onto the Nexus, secure the 3-0, secure the win, secure the split, and secure their legacy in this, the final game of VCS to ever be played.
A performance today. It's the mythical beast that showed up again. It was not the GAM. It was not the GAM of the regular split. It was not the GAM of the early rounds of playoffs where they struggle with 45-minute games against Vikings. This is Finals GAM, and Finals GAM is something no one has been able to overcome for a very, very long time. The last time they were beaten in a final was Mickey Mouse Split 2021. Since then, it's utter domination 3 years in a row. GAM, they crown themselves again. It's Levi's 8th title. That is utterly ridiculous. And 3-0 today. Vikings stood no chance whatsoever. No game even close to 40 minutes today. This team is just the best.
And they will be the final names on the VCS trophy. Etched into history. You see the players walking arm in arms. They know how much this means. They know how much it means to the fans, both Vietnamese and around the world. And before I embarrass myself on broadcast, I think we will throw it back to our analyst desk.
It has been an absolutely fantastic best of 3. Yes, it was a 3-0, but it was absolutely dominant, which, let's be honest, Rebel Marby is the way that GAM should round out the split. It's the way that they should round out the VCS because, well, they have been the dominant team for so long.
Yeah, it's pretty. It's the only other team in League of Legends that comes close to the dominance GAM has is the Flash Wolves. Like when your way of saying I cannot think of another duo, the only one that comes to mind is Mabel and Sword Art. Seriously, it's so this team is just so dominant. And ever since Levi's return to the VCS, he's been in every finals. He's been the top jungler almost the whole time. It's just, yeah. This team is so dominant. Vietnam is never gonna shake the one team region while these two stay together. I was really hoping for more, but it's GAM, baby. It's always GAM.
I mean, if you even go into like the realm of regular, well, like what would be considered traditional sports, I don't know that you can find teams and players that are quite as dominant as this. I mean, they have how many back-to-back championships? Yes, they lost one Mickey Mouse championship. That's a season that nobody even remembers except for us because we covered it directly. But like nobody even barely knew that existed. They were incredible no matter who was on the team, no matter who was off the team, no matter who they were playing against. It felt like they were always in some capacity favored. And yes, they had challengers come and go, but again, the longevity of GAM and Levi and Kiaya and the legacy they're leaving is incredible. I think also, looking at the steps going forward, APAC's going to be a much more tough region. You have PCS and you have some of these other regions from Southeast Asia that are going to be like kind of coming in to compete. And so I'm excited to see what GAM gets to do when they take their next steps, which is being one of the premier teams in that league and being able to show off and maybe compete at an even higher level to take it to the next level and represent VCS on an even more powerful level than what they have before.
And just to feed off what you said, it's not just the fact that, GAM have won for so many splits. They've done it with different rosters. They've done it with different players. They've had different challenges, and every now and then we think, oh, are GAM going to get toppled, but every time they pull through, and I will always remember in casts, we just come out and we say it's the GAM plot armor, right? GAM plot armor, somehow GAM find a way, no matter how far behind they are, no matter how much the odds seem stacked against them, they have that, and you can call it plot armor, but what it is a winner's mentality, right? No matter what gets thrown at them, they have that champion's mindset, that champion's ability to pull through.
I want to try to quantify something you tried to say. You called them like a child that you want to see tripped and fall. What it really is GAM was so good for so long that they transcended being a hero and they turned into a villain. We wanted them to lose because they were just so damn good for so long. We villainized players like Levi and Kiaya because they were just that impossible to beat so often. And I think looking back now, and especially sitting at the end of VCS, they were never really the villains. They were always the heroes. We just villainized them because we wanted somebody to challenge. We wanted to see what was going to come next. Oh my goodness, look how emotional Levi is right now. That's a gorgeous scene.
Yeah, he is. I'm going to assume that's his mom.
I
there with him, but
I don't think it's his kids.
I was like, is that the interview? I don't know. But yeah, no, he's yeah, I think this final season, the last season of VCS as a tier 1 league is gonna be very important to him. I don't know if Levi's gonna continue into APAC. There have been rumors circulating for a while, for a few years in a row now that he's thinking of retiring, but it's just it had to be GAM in the end, didn't it?
Yeah. And I think for all of us as well, it's kind of sinking in that this is, the last VCS English broadcast. And it is sad, isn't it, Rebel?
I mean, it's impossible not to be sad. I've been around for 4 years. You've been around for a few years. Mobby was there nearly the beginning. I mean, we've seen Yulway and Karex take over. We watched Clockwork literally go from somebody who I thought was one of the most ridiculous human beings ever to having a PhD. I mean, Crincy's become like a legitimate like broadcaster for like LEC. I mean, we've grown up ourselves on this broadcast to an unreal level. And yet somehow GAM still is nothing changed in the VCS.
Boy, when this started.
I didn't want to say it, but I figured it would get mentioned at some point.
I'll say it. Okay.
Oh dear. Just before we do some final kind of outro bits, I think it'd only be appropriate if you two just get a chance to say a kind of final outro piece. Rebel, we'll go to you first because Marby's been the longest serving member, so I think it's only just that she goes after you.
That's fair. Yeah, and the fact that I got brought in off the street like a stray cat, I think Clockwork said the same thing yesterday, but it's kind of true. I remember looking in, I like watched VCS for 2 years or something, was looking to cover games. So I'm like, oh yeah, this is pretty cool. I think nobody's doing English, and then found the stream, and I'm like, oh wow, this is something he's doing. And I just got picked up. Nobody knew who I was. Nobody knew my body of work, and from then I was just kind of around for the rest of existence. I had something to do while I was working on my master's. I had something to do over the last couple of years. It gave me a lot of purpose and a lot of benefit to like my ability to cast, and I got to see some of the best games and so work with some of the best people in broadcasting I ever had a chance to. So VCS English was a home, and it's one of my favorite places I've ever been. It does suck that it's going away, but again, maybe there's some hope for something in the future where we get to do some APAC games or something. I don't foresee it, but it would be nice to reconvene every then and again to at least watch or cover games as a crew. But for me, especially for everybody that ever watched our stream, for anybody who found entertainment and got to get to know VCS teams the way that we did by our streams, I say thank you, and it's been an amazing process.
Yeah, I'll get this a little bit short to save Spoot's poor computer, but yeah, I started covering LMS, sort of doing write-ups on Reddit, just because I had I know I was in a bad spot. I had nothing else to do, and then I got a message on Reddit saying, "Hey, do you want to come talk about LMS versus VCS for the 2019 Worlds?" And then after that, I was going to sort of copy what this was for PCS, but PCS got its official English stream, so that went out the window. And I just tagged on, and this has been a big part of my life. It's kind of sad to close the chapter, but yeah, things got to move on, I suppose.
It's been a big part of all of our lives, and I will forever remember that rap battle that we did. I love that to bits. Wearing a hoodie back to front in Yulway's apartment for just some random skit. It's been incredible. But the only two people who should be ending off this stream are the two people who started this stream all of those years ago. The two people who did this final broadcast justice. Yulway, Carrix. First of all, thank you guys. And second of all, do us proud.
Thank you so much to all of you. I'm a real pussy when it comes to emotions. You can probably tell. It's having a bit of an impact on me. I've always been a bit of a coward, so I'm going to let Yulway talk. But yeah, this means a lot.
Yeah, well, it's hard to find words. It's been an incredible journey. I started this, as most of you know, just because, I mean, honestly, the start was just, I was looking at different minor regions and always thought from the years before, obviously from 2017 as well, that the VCS was really interesting and had a really cool style, and the players were very good, even though the macro back then was a little bit laughable, 1.5 kills per minute in every single game. But yeah, I was looking around and yeah, no one was doing any English coverage for this one, and also there was no Twitch official coverage, which actually was one of the deciding factors as well, because I was a little bit apprehensive about that. So I just started putting out some really not great casts in spring of 2019, just doing my first ever step into this kind of work, just because out of passion. And then, as Carrix pointed out earlier, he just joined me for summer, and I believe we did every single game of summer, which was already insane because it was best of 3 double round robin. So it was like, it was probably like 20 hours every week, and slowly but surely people appreciated it. I mean, don't look at clips from back then because the mic quality. Oh my God. Word!
That's horrible.
don't ever go back and look at those.
Don't go back. I still remember us being so scared when there was a tech pause. We were so scared to do anything. Like, what do we do? We don't have a pause screen. We don't have any graphics. We would just cast through a 3-hour pause.
Yeah, we did some quizzes and stuff.
We did quizzes and stuff.
For 2 hours instead of just ending the stream. Just insanity. Well, it was so much fun. Over the years, like, people started, we got more and more people on the team, and it was so much fun to cast with everyone, to mix up the casting team. I want to shout out everyone who was on today and on over the years. Of course, Clockwork couldn't make it today, but he was here yesterday. He had his few words. It was amazing working with him. It's just so many memes, so many the dances, all the stuff he brought to the broadcast. And Marby, of course, joining us, as she said, just in 2020, I believe. So we already had a little bit of a bigger
2019.
team. 2019. You even joined in 2019. Okay.
Oh well, the first podcast was 2019, but
okay. Yeah, I mean
full time 2020.
Yeah, the casting was mostly 2020, and then our team grew. Of course, Milky joined, and Milky. I even met Milky here. And we went to LEC together. Working with Rebel was always amazing. I just can't believe he woke up at 3 a.m. over and over again. To be on broadcast. I could do it, I could never do that, but just the dedication and all the work we put into this, and I hope everyone had a good time watching us, enjoying the league together, with all the ups and downs in the VCS as well, all the pauses, all the ridiculous network issues back in 2020, 2021, all the the recent things we don't really want to talk about that put a little bit of a shadow over the VCS, but in the end, what matters is the fun that everyone had watching this league, and I hope the players had. So it was an amazing time. But I want to thank one person especially, because you saw him earlier today in the broadcast. Spoots, I just still can't believe that. Come on, Spoots, come on. I honestly, I can't believe what you did for us. It's so, like, looking at the graphics, looking at all the different packages you made, looking at the absolutely amazing just broadcast backgrounds, but then also transitions and graphics for stats and everything. It's just, every time I look at the VODs, I just can't believe that this actually happened on this stream that I founded in 2019, because it's just, the level is insane. So the biggest shout out of all to you, Spoots, because you have been so amazing over all these years, and also leading the effort this time around to bring us all back together, putting so much work into this. So the biggest heartfelt thank you to you, Spoots.
Yeah, and just to sort of wrap it up, we could talk for hours about all of this, but we have to cut ourselves off. I like to think we made an impact. You know, you had other like fan casts pop up in our wake. Some of those casters have, really gone on to bigger and better things, even casters that have been on here before. I'm so happy that, we had a positive impact, and hopefully this is not the last of us, but our future is very, very uncertain with the APAC coming out. And I want to echo what you always said. Spood's the absolute MVP, putting in hundreds and hundreds of hours to bring, honestly, just a major region level broadcast in terms of everything except the people on the broadcast. It was major region level, no question, and it's just incredible. But thank you to everyone that's watched us for 5 years. Thank you to everyone that's run the Discord, run the Twitter, just been around this amazing community that's just persisted for so long and done so much. I guess, and
See
with
you
that,
soon. Hopefully,
see
somewhere.
you soon, hopefully, or maybe we don't. But we love you anyway. Good night.
That will probably be doing a podcast, all that good stuff.
For sure.
Heaps of content will be coming out in the lead up to the end of the VCS in a Game 5. Flash and Gum, it always delivers. It's been back and forth and back and forth.
We've now arrived, ladies and gentlemen, 86 days into the split. We have gotten to our grand finals of the VCS.
Welcome back. We are going the distance today. It has happened, the most hype way to close out the split.
Our split started on the 11th of February, and now over 2 months later, and on land for the first time this year, GAM and good morning, good afternoon, good evening from wherever you happen to be watching from, and welcome to the VCS Grand Final cycle.
Welcome to the final day of VCS Spring Split 2023. It all comes down to this. In a few hours.
Welcome everybody! It's finals night. It is the last night of VCS for 2023.
But with that, we will be saying goodnight. VCS English has returned, and we will be bringing you the rest.
Fear not this night, you will not go astray. Though shadows fall, still the stars find their way. Awaken from a quiet sleep, hear the whispering of the wind. Awaken as the silence grows in a solitude of the night. Darkness spreads throughout the land, and your weary eyes open silently. Sunsets have forsaken all the most far of the horizons. Nightmares come when shadows grow.
just Cavex rewarding himself for all the work he did in this laning phase. I mean, his kiting was so insane, he almost moved between auto attacking.
GAM have beaten Saigon Buffalo 11 times. The only time they lost to Saigon Buffalo was in regular season of this split, of summer.
My Chipotle orders, when I have to put a name on it, is usually Bean J because it shares the majority of the letters in my actual name, Bean. So don't take this lightly when I say, Bean J, get your shit together, because that game is...
Not only they plan their early game to aggress, but also in defensive situations we have seen.
Being at their base with a fast enough recall to sort of answer the push, but no, they go for the dragon. They knew that Team Middles was there. They say, we will take this fight. They got down so much, they followed up so well, they got down so much damage with their goals, and it's going to be GAM taking the 2-1 very hard fought, coming through a dominating second game, and now a third game to finish up the series.
Streaming into the base though, so it's really... Oh, no! Look at the teleport!
Oh no! He's teleporting!
Wait, what is happening?
What happened?
Oh, today's series is just